Hello, hello. Testing one, two, three. How's everybody doing? Happy Monday, everybody. The Shark family. How is everybody doing? Um, let me say hi. Let me say hi. All right, Dylan. Hey, how you doing? Sharon Turner, how you doing? And thanks for sending me some stuff, Sharon Turner. Appreciate it. There's a lot to unpack. Lot to unpack. Gigi Gonzalez, good to see you. How you doing? And Native Girl, my mod, how are you? How is everybody doing? Mhm. I accidentally deleted my 12-hour and 20-minute live. And thank you, everybody, for sending me stuff, not just share on everybody. Okay. And appreciate that. Emailing me, Discord, etc., etc. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Um, yeah, so I broke my record, my personal record of a live. My previous one was 12 hours, and then I beat it by 20 minutes, 12 hours and 20 minutes. A new personal record. I'm not doing that again, so don't ask. It's wild, all right? My eyes were burning. My eyes were burning. And we did it, though. We did it. We did it. We broke my personal record. And unfortunately, hey, Felicia, good to see you. Welcome. And so 12 hours and 20 minutes is my personal record now of going live, and I beat it by 20 minutes, which was the previous one was 12 hours. And yeah, I'm not doing that again. It's wild stuff. And it is right on, Felicia. Good to see you. Good to see you. And so I was trying to edit some stuff from it because it was just such a long video. And I'm trying to edit little things here and there. Yeah, it was a crazy night, right, Native Girl? It was crazy, but we went through a lot of stuff. We did. We went through a lot of stuff, and it was good. So I do want to bring up Native Girl in a bit whenever she's ready. No rush, Native Girl. I just saw your message on this Discord, and hey, Tammy, how you doing? Tammy says, "Hey, Mark, almost lasted. I was there about 8 of those hours. Boom, boom. Yeah, a lot of people in here were in that chat, and I think Cindy from sunny South Florida went to bed, woke up, and we were still live, and she was like, "Whoa, what?" Yeah, Tammy, for sure. I have Native Girl, my mom, posted on there. You needed more after that live, Della Dang. Jeez, man, you guys are amazing. I don't know. Listen, after it was deleted, I was like, oh heck no. Like the fire in me was like, I'm doing 3 days. I don't care. I'm doing 3 days. It was deleted. I mean, there was a fire inside of me. I was like, there's no freaking way it was deleted. I'm trying to edit like 4 seconds out of that live, and it just it I did exactly what it told me to do from YouTube, and I had to go back to YouTube and see it. And I don't know what the heck. What I did now that I'm realizing is that I clipped it instead of trimming it. So I clipped it instead of trimming it. Those two words, they confuse me. Okay, and so okay, there's my email. Thank you so much. And Tammy woke up, was like we were still talking. What's up, Flojo? How you doing? Welcome to my channel, guys. Uh, Again, guys, quick little rules. Make sure you guys are being respectful to each other, which you guys are always respectful to each other. Make sure you guys debate the idea. Don't personal attacks. Don't debate the person. Debate the idea with a better idea. And don't bring up any other channels. Don't mention other channels, other creators, etc., of that. And yeah, be cool. Keep it classy. There is my email, Tammy, if you'd like to send me any information regarding the case. Tell her, think my girlfriend woke up. It was like, who's talking? That's so funny. And lost my train of thought there, but I mean, we got so much stuff to unpack. So much stuff to unpack in that uh in that episode, which was good. So, hey, Mariska, how you doing? Good to see you. And so, what I want to do today is I want to revisit that episode. I want to revisit, just highlight it. Instead of a 12-hour live, it's going to be, an hour, 2-hour live. Okay. And so I want to bring up Native Girl in a bit whenever she's ready. Again, no pressure, no rush, Native Girl. Don't worry. I'm going to play this other clip first. And I want to bring up what she was saying about the pregnancy, about the medical examiner's pregnancy. And for those of you that were there, you have an idea. But those who weren't, I was like, man, I feel like that's important, because I took it as like with the medical examiner, okay, she was never pregnant for the whole year. Thank you. You're the professional. And boom, I just took it out of my head. That was it. And then Native Girl's like, wait a minute, I have some questions. She raises her hand. I have questions. I was like, yeah. And then so we go back and forth, and then it just opened up my mind to other things. So I think that's good. I think when it comes to critical thinking and asking questions, I think that's great. And so, I mean, I just took the medical examiner's word for it, which was very good, because I was like, well, what about a year before that? Because we deep dive here in the Shark family, we deep dive, and I was like, well, wait a minute, they knew each other before a year too. So what about that too? I didn't really consider that either. It was just out of my mind. It was almost like she was never pregnant like that. That's how I read it or heard it, that she was never pregnant. Okay, fine, boom. So I didn't really think about it before that, for the year before, where they could go up to a year. Do you see what I'm saying, guys? Like, where I just shut the whole thing out because of that. And so I think it's good that we question things, we question everything, and I think that's good. I think that's very good. That's right. So what I want to do is I want to play while I catch up on my thoughts. I do want to bring this up. Let's see. Oh, let me bring this up. The Two Angry Man podcast of the recent episode about where they talk about David and maybe two suspects, etc., etc. So let me bring that up. Oh, anthropology. Yeah. I mean, I love learning. I mean, that's why I love reading. I love to read, and I love learning. I never want to stop learning. That's why I like talking to people that are smarter than me when it comes to anything. Let me do this. There we go. Make sure that's it right there.
Clearly, she thinks David did.
Wrong one. Where is it? Oh, this one right here. Remove this one. All right, so we'll just hang out. We'll go over this again, because we did have some good questions, good commentary last time. So we'll go over this. So let me play this without further ado, and we'll go from there. And I do have to pause it from here from time to time, because I know one of our good friends, Daniel, was saying that they are very, very sticklers for copyright. Here we go.
The DA, clearly she thinks David did this, but there were more than one or more than two people who had some knowledge of it.
Yeah, and if you guys want to become a member, man, we go deep diving. Like, me and Flojo were talking back and forth last night, and we were doing some research, and we're bouncing ideas back and forth, and you guys can go back and forth with other members Shark members there on our members only Discord, and you know that people that are in there, they're all about the case. Okay, they are in there for Celeste Rivas, Justice for Celeste Rivas, number one, and we go back and forth with our theories, our thoughts and opinions, and we sometimes we go in the deep end. We do go in the deep end there. So if you guys haven't become a member up, and yeah, join the conversation there. Join the conversation, because we share pictures, we share screenshots, we share what is this, what is that, what do you think about this picture, zoom in on this picture, AI this picture. I mean, so it's a good form to carry the conversation excuse me, outside of YouTube. And yeah, come join us. It's like here, but with pictures. You guys can share pictures, and you guys can go back and forth a little bit better in the Discord. So if you're not a member, join the members only. We have videos, chat, poster stickers, post stickers, Discord link, and there it is. If you guys like to join up, thank you, Native Girl. I appreciate that so much. Let me play this.
A circle around David knew various things.
So again, this
by
is
land
Two
and
Angry
by
Men
sea, welcome
podcast.
to Two Angry Men. Mark, we have a lot to talk about because the DA is closing in on somebody, and I believe two people who are very close to David, the singer who is a suspect in the murder of Celeste Rivas. And the DA is having a hard time, by all accounts, getting the information she wants. They are before the grand jury. It is a secret session, but there is a hallway there, and it's a public hallway. And we have somebody who was in the public hallway actually for something else, but voices carried. And we heard
It's crazy how they have someone in the hallway.
a guy named Robert Morgenroth, who is the general manager of Mogul Vision, which is the record company for David. But more important, he is the day-to-day manager of David. He handles his life. And we heard Morgenroth talk to his lawyer after he was in one of the grand jury sessions, saying that the DA got very pushy trying to find.
Thank you, Flojo, for your gifted one baby shark membership. Who got that? Texas Lady. All right, got it. Congratulations, Texas Lady. Make sure if you got gifted, Texas Lady, make sure, Texas Lady, you thank Flojo for your one gifted membership, and make sure you check out our Discord. Thank you, Flojo.
Find out why I didn't call the police. And he said he responded to her. He didn't think it was her responsibility, that his job was to make sure the tour kept going. Well, you only call the police when there's evidence of a crime. So it sounds like the DA believes that Morgenroth knows something that's connected to a crime. And the only crime that's before the grand jury right now is the death of Celeste Rivas.
And by the way, they're exactly right. They're not talking about moving somebody after death or postmortem or anything else. And when you talk about the scuttlebutt on that 13.
That's what I got the impression from this, from last time we saw this episode, was that this doesn't seem like it's just a misdemeanor, right? It doesn't seem like it's moving the body. It doesn't seem like it's just a slap on the wrist. I mean, this seems like it's some serious stuff.
Floor is that Beth, who is the prosecutor out of Maybe
Beth Silverman.
Beth Silverman is, I mean, she is ferocious, number one, but her energy has infected, I'm told by secondhand, that the witnesses are saying the grand jurors are engaged. There is two grand jurors in particular who are lit up by Beth. Beth's energy
this is Beth Silverman
infectious
right here.
In there. It is a
powerhouse.
It's like nothing I've ever heard of in a grand jury right now. It is wild what is happening. Mind you, earlier people were talking about this as And I think the LA Times even reported it as an investigative grand jury. If this is an investigative grand jury, it is the most aggressive grand jury I've ever heard of.
It does not feel like an investigative grand jury. Morgan Roth testified for at least 3 days, Monday, Tuesday,
3
and
days.
Wednesday.
That was the biggest.
And he may have.
That was the biggest takeaway from this. When I heard that, when I read that, because we went through the article, and I was like, 3 days. I'm like, how did I miss that? And nobody was really talking about that because a lot of people were just talking that he was grilled. He was grilled. He was grilled. Robert Morgan Roth Jr. is the manager, day-to-day manager for David, and he's the one that said, I just wanted to continue the tour. And so I read the article, and it said he was grilled for 3 days, and I was like, whoa. And I was like, 3 days. I was like, okay, this is serious stuff. I mean, this isn't just, hey, what were you doing here? Boom. Okay, thank you. Bye. As we've seen in some of the cases, right, where they go into trial, that you have a cop up there, and then it's like your testimony, you're a witness, and it's like 2 minutes. No, this was 3 days. And that's why I keep saying I feel very good at this point about what is going on behind the scenes. From the little bit that we know of, like with the 3 days, I'm feeling good that this is serious. This is getting serious. Let me play this again.
Testified sometime the week earlier as well. But he must be a critical witness. Now, it's really interesting, Mark, because Robert Morgan Roth is a co-manager of David. The other person who manages him is a guy named Josh Marshall.
Oh, okay. So co-manager. Look at that. And it's Josh Marshall as well. So Robert, this guy right here, and then that's his lawyer, Evan A. Janess. So co-manager with Josh Marshall. Let me bring this guy up. Josh Marshall, some of the key players here. We're starting to form a better picture of the key players here. And I think that's important because you're starting to see who's who and who's close to David and who's in his orbit. I mean, as we've seen, right? Neil, Asia, Vanessa, the other Celeste Herrera. Those are his friends, the fam, they call it. But now we're starting to see who is in his management team, which is important too, because it's like, when did they know it? What did they know and when did they know it are going to be the big questions. And what did they know and when did they know it? So let me bring up Josh Marshall's picture so that way you guys have an idea of who they're talking about if you guys aren't familiar, because I know a lot of the content does get lost with people, and I do want us to be able to grasp who these players are, these key players, because if this is not just an investigative grand jury, but if it is a grand jury in itself, because I mean 3 days being grilled, that doesn't seem like it's a investigative grand jury. It seems like they're about to pull the trigger on an indictment, maybe. So if it does come to trial, if it does go to this or the other, I want us to be able to know who's who, who's this, who's Robert, who's Josh Marshall, and who's Asia, who's the other Celeste. I want to be able to grasp that. So let me bring that up 1 second. Let me bring up Josh Marshall's picture so we get an idea of who he is. Give me 1 second. Let me bring this up. Josh Marshall. Here we go. Boom, right here. So this right here, this guy right here. So this is Josh Marshall right here, the other co-manager, day-to-day, Mogul Vision. And this one right here on the screen, the bigger one, is that. Hey, Dee, good to see you. Hey, Dee, good to see you. And then this is Robert, the other co-manager. All right, Dee gifted 1 membership, Baby Shark. Boom. Thank you so much, Dee. I appreciate that. Let's see who got it. The Depressionist. The Depressionist, you got gifted 1 membership by Dee Fuentes. If you ever get the chance, make sure you thank Dee Fuentes. Dee Fuentes, thank you so much for your gifted membership to the Depressionist. Thank you so much, Dee. Boom. Let's go. Where's my breakdancer? Hold on a second, guys. Let me bring out the breakdancer. I keep forgetting to, well, I don't forget to clip it, but it's just I have so much stuff to catch up on, emails and et cetera, information and things like that. So it's just but what I can do is just share my screen and we can make sure you guys can see that. There we go. Boom! This is how I feel right now. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Dee gifted another membership. Who got that? The only Angie got it. Received a membership, a baby shark. The only Angie. Thank you so much. Dee Fuentes. Boom. The only Angie. Make sure you say thank you to Dee if you get a chance. Also with Fojo as well. If you got gifted one membership, a membership from him, make sure you guys thank them. Boom. Thank you, Dee. So this is how I feel every time you guys are freaking supportive, man. Like this breakdancer right here. This is me right there. That's how I feel. All right, let me bring this up. Let me bring this other stuff up. So yeah, this is Josh Marshall right there. That's Josh Marshall, and then that is Robert, the guy that got grilled for 3 days. So these two are their day-to-day co-managers for David. Let's go back to the podcast.
Josh Marshall is the guy who rented the house
This is Josh
that
Marshall.
David lived in. Remember, that's the house that the LAPD executed a search warrant on and took stuff out after Celeste's body was found. So we're told that house figures prominently in this investigation. So Josh Marshall, who rented the house, is the co-manager with Robert Morgenroth, who is, we're told, David's day-to-day manager. So I don't know if Josh Marshall has testified, but they clearly think that Morgenroth is a key witness. And I got to tell you one other thing, and help me out here.
Morgenroth must be testifying under a grant of immunity. And one of the problems,
there's that word again, immunity. We've talked about it. We talked about it here. We were the first people that talked about it, of immunity. Yep.
Think from the just piecing all of this together is that they don't like some of the stuff he's saying under the grant of immunity. And remember, a grant of immunity kind of cloaks you in this idea that they can't come after you unless they don't believe you.
Well, I don't know if there is a grant of immunity. You may be right, but then help me out on this. That my reporter who was in the hallway on Wednesday saw Morgenroth and his lawyer walk into an adjacent courtroom. This is a courtroom that has been hearing contempt motions, but also, I believe, is connected to the grand jury. Then the DA, Beth Silverman, walks in as well. And our reporter walks in the courtroom and they kick her out because they're saying whatever it is private. So it's got to be.
That's crazy how the reporter just goes into the other room with everybody to try to hear what's going on, man. That's wild.
Something connected with the grand jury. And it's feeling to me, it's really feeling to me, and I'll get into this in a bigger way in a moment, but it's feeling to me like Beth isn't getting what she wants out of Morgenroth, and she's asking the judge to lay down the law.
This is what happens procedurally. You're on the 13th floor. You've got your people on the 13th.
Okay, the thing with the immunity, we went over that. Again, we were the first channel that talked about immunity. Nobody else was talking about that because we deep dive. We go into these nuggets of information, and I go deep. We all go deep. And so the thing with immunity is that you can't plead the fifth. You can't plead the fifth if you have immunity. So in order for you to have immunity, being immune from charges, is you have to testify. You have to testify. So you can't say I plead the fifth. You have to, or you'll be in contempt of court. So we don't know who's getting immunity, but immunity, I've always asked this question is, are there going to be people who have immunity? But yeah, as of now, we don't know.
13th floor there. Department 100, Department 123, the grand jury, all of them are right in a row there on the 13th floor. 123 is where they've been dragging people into because the grand jury is presided over either by the judge in 100 or the judge in 123. When they're kicking the public out, that's because they're talking about grand jury secret stuff. Now, mind you, one of the misnomers of the grand jury is that somehow the witnesses can't talk. Witnesses can talk. In fact, that's how a lot of this stuff is getting to you or getting to me. What's happening is when they march somebody into Department 123, it almost always revolves around the fact that there's
yeah, Flojo, yeah, T with Tampa, we don't know who has immunity. Again, they're just saying their opinions. And so here, let me bring this up right here. Let me see if I have it right here because we did talk about immunity here first. Let me see. Let me look up something real quick. Okay, here it is. Let me go over this real quick, okay? Because this is important. So I said, can you plead the fifth in an investigative grand jury? This is from ChatGPT. It says, yes, you can invoke the Fifth Amendment in an investigative grand jury, but there are some important nuances. Let me break it down clearly. Fifth Amendment rights. The Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution protects against self-incrimination. Okay, this means you cannot be forced to testify if your testimony could potentially incriminate you in a criminal case. Grand jury context. In a grand jury, witnesses are called to provide evidence to determine whether there's enough probable cause to charge someone with a crime. Witnesses can include both suspects and people who might have information. Invoking the fifth, you can refuse to answer questions if your answers could incriminate you. Typically, the witness must explicitly claim the fifth before answering specific questions. A blanket refusal may not be accepted without a valid basis. Consequences: if you invoke the fifth, the grand jury cannot compel you to testify about matters that could incriminate you. In some cases, prosecutors may grant immunity, which removes the Fifth Amendment protection for certain questions in exchange for compelled testimony. Let me repeat that again for those in the back. If you invoke the fifth, the grand jury cannot compel you to testify the matters that could incriminate you. In some cases, in some cases, prosecutors may grant immunity, which removes your Fifth Amendment protection for certain questions in exchange for compelled testimony. Once granted immunity, you must testify. Refusing after immunity can lead to contempt charges. Strategic consideration: invoking the fifth in a grand jury often signals that you could be a target of investigation. Legal counsel is strongly recommended. And it says, yes, in California, the rules are basically the same, but there are a few state-specific details you should know. Fifth Amendment still applies. California recognizes U.S. Constitution Fifth Amendment protection against self-incrimination. You can refuse to answer questions in the California grand jury if your answers could incriminate you. Boom. Let's go.
Been a judicial grant of immunity, because if you're a lawyer, criminal defense lawyer, the last thing you want is to not have the judicial blessing. And you said that you're overhearing stuff in the hallway. If there's a lawyer there and the lawyer's worth anything, the lawyer has already insisted on immunity. They're going in there. Beth knowing Beth as long as I've known Beth, she's over there. She's not buying what somebody is selling, or somebody's not singing from the script she was led to believe. Because before you give immunity as a DA, you do a proffer. You tell them, either you, meaning the witness, or the lawyer tells them, this is what I expect them to testify to, because you're not buying the proverbial pig in a poke.
There it is. So yeah, I'm sure that it could get revoked. Let me ask ChatGPT. Let's see. Can immunity be revoked? Let's see. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Guys, hit the like button. Hit the like button. If you guys like to help support the channel, I have super chats, Venmo, Cash App, tomatoes. I accept tomatoes. I accept corn. I accept eggplants. Also, Bitcoin, quarters, pennies, too, whatever. Thank you guys so much. Let's see. Yes, but only in limited situations. In California, immunity is generally not revocable once it's valid, granted, and relied upon, unless certain conditions are violated. Here are the clear breakdowns. General rule: immunity cannot be taken back. Once a court grants immunity and witnesses testifies in reliance on it, the prosecutor cannot later revoke it just because they change their mind. Oh, I see what they're saying. Like, say you have immunity and then you self-incriminate yourself, that can't be later revoked. I see that. Okay, yeah. So there's a lot of legal jargon here. Okay, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. When immunity can effectively be lost. Here we go. Immunity doesn't protect you if you break the rules. Okay? If you break the rules. Here we go. A perjury or false statement. Immunity does not protect lies. Okay? Immunity does not protect lies. If you testify falsely, you can be charged with perjury, and your immunity won't save you. Look at that. Let me repeat that for those in the back. Immunity does not protect lies. If you testify falsely, you can be charged with perjury, and your immunity won't save you. This is the most common way witnesses get prosecuted after immunity. Boom. There it is. Testifying outside of the scope. Immunity only covers the specific subject matter granted. Crimes discussed outside of that scope can still be charged. That's why it's important to have a lawyer. Breach of an immunity agreement. If immunity is part of a negotiated deal, not just court-related or court-ordered, and you fail to cooperate as required, the deal can collapse. Courts look closely at whether the breach was material. What immunity does not do. It does not stop prosecution if the state can prove the case using entirely independent evidence. It does not protect against perjury, obstruction of justice, new crimes committed after immunity is granted. Look at that. New crimes committed after immunity is granted. Boom. Hey, Stars, how you doing? Thank you so much for sending me those emails. I did reply to them. I did get to catch up, so thank you so much. Deanna Morse, thank you so much for your $2 super chat, super sticker. Thank you so much. Boom! Let's go, guys! Hit the like button. Hit the like button. There it is, guys. So it does immunity. A lot of caveats to immunity, guys. A lot of caveats. So it's important for you guys to have a lawyer. Okay. Cindy Guzman, good to see you. Good to see you guys. If you guys like to help support the channel, we have super chats, we have super stickers, you can gift memberships, you can hit the like button too. Again, it's not required, but it is appreciated. Thank you. Let's continue.
Are you saying that you think he has immunity but isn't living up to the deal and she's pissed off?
I think
Oh, look, there it is. Isn't living up to the deal. There it is.
that there is an immunity deal in place. Otherwise, he would not be testifying in there. And that she is dragging him down there because either she doesn't like the answer she's getting, or he's not complying with the terms of the immunity agreement. With one or the other. They're not dragging him in. If somebody's in front of the grand jury and has been there for a couple of days, and from what I'm told, grand jurors are actively engaged. And if that is the case, and the witness is resistant, or the witness is not saying the kinds of items or complying with what the DA was led to believe, that's when you drag them down there. And by the way, there's also been this crazy stuff that has been posted about witnesses getting papers with scribbles on it, go to Department 123 and things of that nature, which frankly, I've never even seen before. And I don't even know if it's potentially true, but I do know from what's been reported and what I've heard is that witnesses and the grand jurors are at a heightened state of engagement.
Well, I got to tell you, this does not feel like an investigative grand jury. We are shooting this right now, you and me, on Friday afternoon. And my reporter was in the hallway and heard a couple of grand jurors just saying to each other, have a great holiday. And it sounds like they may be taking a break. I don't know this, but I'm trying to connect the dots, that they may be taking a break for Christmas and then coming back the first of the year. And that aligns with something else that my reporter heard, because he heard Morgan Roth's lawyer. Her name is Evan
Janess.
Evan Janess, talking to Beth, the DA, and Beth was talking about a possible hearing date of February. And so they're not going to have an investigative grand jury that goes months and months and months. This feels like a real grand jury that could lead to an indictment.
Let me, if there was some kind of a betting line where you could bet on stuff, I would put a ton of money on the fact that there is no way this is an investigative grand jury. Beth Silverman is not over there to do an investigation. She's out of major crimes. They're not assigning Beth to investigate anything. That's maybe one of the biggest jokes I've ever heard. I've known her.
Guys, please do not mention other creators. I've said that time and time again. I'm sorry. Even if you do a super chat, I'll just refund it. I'm sorry. Do not mention other creators, okay? There's a method to my madness. I'm just gonna start timing people out. I'm gonna start kicking people out. You guys know the rules, and you guys should know better. And if you don't, now you do. I'm just gonna start timing people out. I don't care who it is. I'm sorry, but that's just how I want to run my channels. Okay, I've said it time and time and time again, and it's very disrespectful when I say it, and then someone mentions another creator. It's very respectful. I feel disrespected. I feel like you don't give a fuck about what my rules are. That's how I feel. Okay, so please do not mention other creators. You've been warned. Okay, thank you.
Since she was, I've said this before, since she was a baby DA, she has risen to the pinnacle in that office. She's a force to be reckoned with. And they usually, if you're the grand jury advisor, apologies to a number of them that I have loved over the years, but that is a place for rest and recreation. It's like sitting in Department 30 in arraignment court. That's not where you're going to sit there and put somebody like Beth. So this is,
I agree.
And I've also heard that one of the reasons that this seems to be going so long is precisely what you reported earlier. This friction between the ME and the LAPD has reached levels I have never seen. And
I haven't either.
That is causing enormous problems because they've got an investigation. By all accounts, the LAPD is not on board, so to speak, with where the ME is.
Well, what I'm told is that from our sources, I think what they've ruled from the ME, although I got a caveat here, is that cause of death is undetermined. because of the condition of the body. I don't know whether the toxicology is in. It has to be in by now because her body was found in early September. And that's all on lockdown. I'm assuming the LAPD knows about the tox report, but I don't think the LAPD wants this to be viewed as an undetermined cause of death. They are viewing it as a murder. I got to tell you one other thing, and this to me may be the biggest thing, that on Wednesday, Beth walked out into the hallway and talked to Evan Jeunesse. And my reporter, again, was 12 plus feet away, but heard it. And Beth was saying she was going to get a body attachment for a female witness to show up in court, which for people who don't know, it essentially means you find them, you arrest them, and you take them to court.
Right. It's like a bench warrant for a witness. That's why they call it a body attachment. Bring me the body.
So help me out here, because to me, Evan Jeunesse, who represents Robert Morgenroth, who is the day-to-day manager of David, that Evan Jeunesse also apparently represents this woman who is a no-show at the grand jury. So it would seem to me, unless this is remarkably coincidental, that this woman and Morgenroth have some connection. Whether she also works for this management company, I don't know. But, you know, it would be remarkably coincidental if Morgenroth has nothing to do with this woman and that one lawyer represents both of them.
So what happens often in grand jury proceedings, you don't see it as often in the state court, because the state court, as you know, in California, does not use the grand jury like where I'm sitting in New York, where they use the grand jury.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hey Jen, welcome. How you doing? Let me see. Let me say hi to everybody that just joined us. Let's see. Deanna Morse. Let's see. Let's see who else. Jen is in here. Hey, good to see you, Jen. Let's see who else is. If I miss you, Sakia. Hey, good to see you. Welcome to my channel. Let's see, Cindy Guzman. Good to see you. T with Tambo. Good to see you. If I missed your name, raise your hand. I will say hi to you. I like saying hi to everybody. Okay. Thank you guys so much for being respectful. Appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Basically, instead of a preliminary hearing. But what happens in grand jury defense work is whoever is the lawyer for the target, and we know who that is in this case, right. The lawyer for the target wants to have a joint defense agreement so they know what the heck is going on in that grand jury. So what they do is they may reach out and suggest that people go to lawyer A, lawyer B, lawyer C, and have those people under a joint defense agreement. And that way they know, in this case, whoever the lawyer is in the hallway may have one or more witnesses under a joint defense agreement. And as they're getting marched in and out, you can't get between the lawyer and the witness because that's attorney-client. And then the lawyer for the witness is under a joint defense agreement with the lawyer for the defendant. And therefore, you're at least doing a parallel investigation and you know what is happening inside of the grand jury in real time so that you can keep your investigation going. Because
all right, Mark the Shark 943 gifted a gifted membership. Thank you so much, Mark the Shark. Appreciate it. Thank you. If you got gifted a membership, make sure you thank Mark the Shark. Thank you.
I guarantee you there's an investigation going on by the defense.
In this case, the lawyer for the witness, Robert Morgenroth, is the same lawyer that's representing David. They're two different lawyers.
Correct. But I'll bet you that those two different lawyers are under a joint defense agreement.
Maybe, but it would seem to me that Evan Jeunesse, Morgenroth's lawyer, also representing this woman who's uncooperative, it just feels like there's some connection between that woman and Robert Morgenroth.
You know, the guys who pioneered this were the ex-AUSAs, on the federal side where they do almost exclusively grand juries. When's the last time you saw a preliminary hearing in the federal court? But ex-AUSAs, I always tease, have the secret club where they've got the usual suspects that march in during grand jury proceedings, all under a joint defense. And the ex-AUSA club is, okay, you represent these number of witnesses and I'll represent the target or the subject, and then we'll peel off at a certain point when the current AUSA who is targeting them decides to kind of eeny, meeny, miny, mo who they're going to indict.
So if they are doing
yeah, Bernice King, it's all good. It's all good. And it was just for everybody. It's not just you, because I've noticed like it just happens a lot. And what happens is there's a method to my madness, okay? And if you go to other channels, that's the thing too, right? And it dropped, the numbers drop, and I see it on here, and I want to focus the attention on this, and it takes away from it. Now I have to, you know, bring it up and stuff like that. But it's just for everybody. It's not just you. And I've mentioned it many times before, and you've been in here too when I've mentioned it too. And so no worries, no worries, no worries, guys. Okay. And yeah, again, no worries, and thank you so much for your $2 donation. I appreciate that. And it's just for everybody. Okay. It's not just you, Bernice. I'm not trying to single you out or anything like that. It's just for everybody. I've said it time and time again, and I want it to be a staple of that. It's just how I want to run my channel. And thank you so much, Bernice. Again, no, yeah, you're saying asking for forgiveness. No worries, okay? No worries, no worries, no worries. And just it's all good. Water under the bridge. No worries, okay? So I do want to move on from that. Now you know, everybody knows, and that's okay. It's fine. No worries, all right? I get over stuff real quick, so let's go. Thank you. Thank you again for your $2 donation.
this right now before the grand jury, and it's not an investigative grand jury, it would seem to me that the investigation is complete enough that they can go for an indictment, correct?
Correct. And I think anybody who died, that's the only thing I push back on that doesn't make any sense to me as to why they would wait until February, unless there's some sophisticated toxicology, which could be that they have to do. Because remember, if you've got a heavily decomposed body, the idea of trying to determine the cause of death becomes as complicated as the body decomposes. There are all kinds of problems with that. There's
I know, right? That's what I do too when I'm doing something like laundry or stuff like that. Yeah, like my earbuds or something like that. I'm like listening in. That's good. But Bernice, I'm glad. Thank you so much for joining us again. Thank you so much for your $2 donation. I really appreciate it. You thank you so much. And welcome, okay?
all kinds of problems that happen as a natural devolution of the body and the biology. And so they may be trying to do some kind of sophisticated forensic analysis, because I believe they've already gathered all of the electronic and the kind of trail, if you will, and they know who was where when, and so they've got a pretty.
Oh, guys! Also, I have a new emoji. Is this one right here? I might have to, I might have to redo it. Because I like it when there's no background on it, like the Coke Zero one and the Deep Diver one and the shark. Like, look at this one right here. See, I wanted to make it like this, where the background is transparent. But I made a drone. Yeah, I got a drone now. Look at that. Well, I mean, an emoji drone. Look at that. There's a new emoji, guys. Hey, my little stars, good to see you. So we're pretty good. We're getting close with the drone, and I am looking. I'm very hesitant to get used drones or used electronics. I usually like to get new when it comes to electronics, because I've had so much bad luck, so much sketchy stuff out there with used electronics, that I like to get new stuff when it comes to electronics. But I have been looking at used drones, and it looks promising. I don't know much about used drones and what to look for, so I need to do my research on that, and that would save us a lot of money buying used. I'm not against being buying used. My stabilizer, iPhone stabilizer for my hikes and content, I got that used. Otherwise, I wasn't able to get it. So I am open to that. I just need to be able to know what to look for with used electronics. I'm very hesitant about that, but we do have a new emoji for a drone. There it is. We're getting close to getting one. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, FloJo. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Absolutely.
Good idea of who they think is responsible, and that's why they're zeroing in. And that's also, by the way, if they're giving immunity, that means they pretty much ruled out that person on a variety of levels for having any criminal culpability on the bigger crimes, and they're just rolling them over on maybe the disposal, the movement, things that they're not worried about getting kind of coming around and boomeranging on them.
What I don't understand about what you just said is that if they're waiting for a sophisticated toxicology report, why would they convene the grand
Cindy Guzman? Hey, Cindy from Sunny South Florida. How you doing? Good to see you. Let's see who else. Mariska, good to see you. Mr. Mrs. or Mrs. or Mr. I always get those confused. Mrs. Thornton, good to see you. Let's see who else. If I missed your name, raise your hand. I'd like to say hi to everybody.
jury and really bring it in for a
cat emojis. That's funny, Cindy Guzman.
Landing and
Mr. Oh, Mrs. Okay, I'm sorry. Why do I always get those confused?
then just say, now we got to wait for this tox report. Wouldn't they wait for the report, present all the evidence, and then presumably try and get an indictment without a break?
No, I think they've got a pretty good look. I'm going to tell you, it would be shocking to me if they didn't have a pretty good idea of what they think happened, what they believe they know happened, how it happened, when it happened, and now they're just backfilling the proof. And that's based on the fact that they have as I said, they've got, by all accounts, an incredible timeline that they've already created electronically or based on devices and based on people posting certain things. They've got that timeline. They also have kind of video evidence, not just people keep talking about the Tesla, but they've already canvassed. I've been on the receiving end of this with LAPD. They do a remarkable job of getting surrounding cameras, surveillance, ring cameras, things of that nature, piecing them together in terms of a timeline. They've already done all of that. They know exactly what they think happened. That's why I said when I started that, and maybe why I was confusing, I pushed back against the February, because the more they learn, if what I'm saying is true, and the witnesses' lawyers are communicating with targets' lawyers, they know what's going on in that grand jury. It does not take any kind of a sophisticated lawyer to figure out how close they are to pulling the trigger.
So, we talked about this with respect to the LAPD, that they believe there is at least one other suspect. Based on a couple of things that I've heard, I think Beth is more than at that point as well, believing that there's somebody else involved. And I think she's not necessarily satisfied that it's just one other person. This is the sense I'm getting. And I don't know that for a fact, but based on some information that I'm getting, it feels like she has not honed in just on a person or two people, that this could be broader than that. And that's the sense I'm getting from our intel.
Right. And by the way, it's also more traditionally in the federal than the state, but to cast a wider net so that you get somebody to kind of give up the information and roll on the others. And we had heard before that it was two. Yeah, but now they've expanded that, and they've
And
expanded that.
there's a reason, by the way, Mark, I'm saying this. I can't say it, but I believe that
You and I both know what. Yeah,
she is not limited to just two.
right. And you and I both know why that is. And you and I both know that when she's asking the questions, she being the prosecutor, and she's asking certain questions, that's because, a good lawyer, a good trial lawyer, and she certainly is, knows the answer.
Yeah, Mariska made a good point. She thinks that maybe Celeste was tortured, or maybe went too far. I could see that too, where his sadistic mind, David allegedly, in my opinion, could be something like that, like BDSM, and it just went too far. I could definitely see that. Again, anything right now is on the table. Nothing is off the table. I was shying away from like the rituals and this and the other, and but the more and more I because I was just not listening to his music and paying attention to music because I was paying attention to timelines and other things like that. And now that I am, I'm like, whoa, anything is on the table. Thank you for that comment.
And if somebody's not giving them a straight answer, she's going to know it. And that's why she's getting, how should I say, she's taking it to another level.
So help me out here. So you have a situation where this body supposedly, well, we don't know, but we know David took a mysterious trip to Santa Barbara and then spent a couple of hours in a remote area. So do you think they...
All right, I like that. Look at that. So Mrs. right? Mrs. Thornton. I want to get that right. If not, feel free to slap me. See, I like it when the gifted memberships give it to people who are in here. Let's go.
piece together? Because look, let's talk about what everybody is whispering, and not even whispering, saying they believe David had something to do with this, and they believe that David may have done something with the body in Santa Barbara. But then the question is, if he did, and we don't know, but if he did, how does the body end up in his Tesla in Los Angeles? You're saying the LAPD knows this. I mean, that is a lot to put together.
Well, I think they not only know it, I think that became the thing. You talk about the type of death, so to speak, whether it's a homicide, whether it's undetermined, or
well, they're considering it a murder.
Yeah, clearly they are. They're also, as you remember.
See, I always thought it. I mean, we all thought this. Okay, we all thought, "Hey, Stoic, good to see you." Hey, good to see you. How you doing? How's your weekend? How's everybody's weekend? And I've always said, does this look like a misdemeanor to you guys? No. And so, I mean, it's just we've all been like we just didn't buy the narrative that this was just an overdose, moving the body. Okay, so I mean, we've been on this since day one. Everybody in here, let's go. Justice for Celeste Rivas.
This unbelievable ME saying that fingertips were waterlogged and were consistent with being frozen, and the LAPD coming out and just have absolutely saying that's not true.
Yeah, they told us our story. They told us our story was wrong, and then we've actually.
Star says, rituals happen all through Hollywood. Look at the vamp crowd, Playboy Cardi, Ken Carson, and Destroy Lonely, just to name a few. Absolutely, absolutely, Stars. And again, thank you, Stars, for sending me information. I am just getting caught up with my emails. And thank you so much for that information. Let's go.
Seen that in writing they say that they couldn't take the fingerprints off of Celeste because of waterlogged fingers. So right. There you go.
And by the way, so there are, unless they're considering this a drowning, the supposition by the ME was that the body was partially frozen, and partially frozen is why you had.
Miss Thornton says, especially if you want to be a true elite, they definitely do child sacrifice. That's been proven. You're not wrong, okay? I mean, it sounds conspiratorial. I know it does. When I first heard it, I was like, "There's no way." But you start digging deep into these cases, and especially with this, again, I try to shy away from it. But the more and more and more and more I start to listen to his music, his symbolism, the way he acts, his shirts that are all bloody, the blindfoldness, him at 14 saying he was watching cartel execution videos. I mean, what do you want me to think? Okay. So I think this case is a little bit different than what I'm used to, shying away from all that ritualistic stuff. But in his mind, I believe that that's what it was in his mind. Okay. And I know it sounds out there a little bit, but I mean, this is a different case in itself. Different.
Waterlogged fingers. I mean,
That's what we're told. So,
yeah.
okay, Mark, I don't want to get out over my skis on this, but Morgan Roth, when he said Beth got upset with him on why he didn't call the police, and he said, "Not my responsibility."
Hey, Ms. Thompson, I gifted you a membership. So if you and anybody else that are in here that got gifted a membership, make sure you guys thank Didi Fuentes and Flojo. They had gifted memberships as well. And then Deanna Morse, thank you so much for your $2. And Bernice, thank you for your $2. Make sure you guys, if you guys are a member, check out our Discord, and so you guys can continue the conversation. It's posted on members only post, and there's a link. I change it every so often just to hey, true crime celebrity news, you got gifted a membership. Yeah, I gifted one to you. I think it was me or Flojo or Didi. It was one of us. Regardless, welcome. Make sure you guys check out the Discord on members only post. Click the link so you guys can continue the conversation, because we go deep. We're sharks. We go in the deep end. We go into Mariana's Trench, the deepest trench in the ocean. That's how deep we go. Let me play this again.
And then when you pair that with what I believe to be true, which is Beth is not only limiting this to 2 suspects. What's sounding like to me is that whatever was happening was known, but not that other people participated necessarily, but some of this was known to other people, allegedly in David's world.
Correct.
And that's the way
right.
this is feeling to me.
That's exactly.
And we've also had we've also, with the whole Frozen being in the front trunk, I just to me I have to do mental gymnastics to try to even fathom that she was frozen when found alive. I mean, to me that's just it's so beyond what could it possibly be that it's just, I mean, I just it just doesn't make sense to me. But the thing is that when it comes to that, water logging, we went over that you don't have to be frozen to be waterlogged, okay? And that's where they're making the correlation between that, which isn't there for me, in my opinion. Waterlogging, when we went over that, it could be from moisture, it could be from being outside, it could be from a water puddle. Because what I went through was that the body absorbs water like a sponge, and it makes me believe that in one of our theories is that she could have drowned, or she could have been put in the tub because she passed away for whatever reason, and then they were trying to wake her up with water. But I think water does play a significant role in this, whether it was moisture from inside of the trunk, or if it was moisture from her being outside and being absorbed, or from drowning. Okay, it's not necessarily from being frozen, or at all from frozen. Okay, I don't know if she was prior to that. I'm not sure. I haven't seen any evidence of that. But there are other ways of being waterlogged, not just on frozen. So get that out of your mind that she was found frozen. But I don't know if she was before that, okay? Hey, Whitney, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome.
The same kind of reaction I had, that She knows because people had talked. She's got her sights on more than just one or two people. And by the way, I gave you immunity, Mr. Witness, and you need to tell me why you didn't call, because I think I know why you didn't call, and you're not being forthcoming to me. So what does that tell you?
Now, I will say that, because we want to be very transparent here, that this manager has been the manager for around 4.
Yeah, see, you guys are thinking better like that because it's like Miss Thornton was saying. Maybe they ran water over her body to get rid of the evidence, in her opinion, because we talked about that too. That's how we should be critically thinking about it and not just, well, she was found frozen. It just doesn't make sense to me. It makes more sense that, okay, maybe they were trying to, yes, maybe, allegedly, in our opinion, that maybe they were trying to rub the evidence away. Maybe they put her in the tub. Maybe she drowned. I mean, we've seen his videos where in this one, let me bring this up real quick and then I'll play this right now. I'll play this in a second. But look at this. I screenshotted this, and this isn't from one of his videos, David's videos. Look at this right here. Check this out. This is in, I think, Romantic Homicide or one of those freaking videos where, look at this. He's portraying somebody drowning. Could Celeste have drowned? Could someone have drowned her? I mean, he did have a pool in the back. He did have a pool. Okay, I'm just throwing that out there. But look at this right here. In one of his videos, he's blindfolded and he's spitting out water. I mean, I just, nothing is coincidental now. Nothing is coincidental. Yeah, maybe she drowned at the beach, right? Mm-hmm. So could be, man, that drowning, it could be there was a pool in his house.
For years. And David was on 2 other tours in addition to the one that he was on when Celeste's body was discovered in his car. But it would seem to me this has to have to do with the September tour, because otherwise, why would Beth be interested in something 2 years before?
Oh, and by the way, I'm as you know, I make my living out of the presumption of innocence. The fact that the person is in there, whether they've got immunity or not, speaks volumes as to that person thinking, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm in there. I've been either given immunity or I've gone in without immunity, which I think is highly unlikely if you've got a lawyer sitting there. But the idea of getting crosswise with the DA, I think, shows that the DA knows or suspects that the witness knows more than they're saying.
That's a good question, TV10. See, now you guys are getting that critical thinking going on and not just focusing on Frozen. See, she says, or they say, yeah, but if it was accidental, why the deception? Why the deception? Good question.
Why didn't you call police?
Yeah.
Implies, I know why you didn't call the police. I know that you know what had happened and you didn't want to call the police because of the dominoes that were going to start falling. I mean, this is not, I know it's a kind of a, I hate to say it, a murder mystery, but this
Oh, it
is,
is.
it is a homicide. At least that's what they are proceeding on. They think.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Bernice. See, that's why I love these conversations because we go back and forth. I love it. Thank you guys. Keep it respectful like always. You guys are doing amazing in the chat. You guys are on fire. Hit the like button. If you want to become a member, hit that members only. Boom, let's go. Bernice says, didn't somebody in here somebody worked in the lab and said blood tissue can also show ice. That might have been Cali Cats. I want to say that right. Where's that her name? I think she worked at a lab. If she's in here, if you're in here, can you check in and maybe touch on that? I think that was her. I think so. That's a good point. Good point.
think the law enforcement thinks they know who was responsible. They think other people outside of who was responsible quickly knew what was happening and stood by and didn't do anything, which is hence the question, why didn't you call police? Because if you called police, you were going to jeopardize A, B, or C. And why don't you just admit that? And you're not telling me the truth. And therefore, I'm going to drag you down to 123 and threaten your immunity agreement.
So, yeah, I mean, it's not hard to make a connection here because Morgan Roth's answer to Beth when she asked, why didn't you call police, was, didn't feel it was my responsibility. My responsibility was to make sure the tour went on. I don't think it's a big leap to think that maybe he thought that if he did call the police, the tour would be in jeopardy. So that's the only connection that I can make, that whatever Beth felt he should call the police about, that information could have jeopardized the continuation of David's tour, right?
We're both saying the same thing, that she has a theory as to what actually happened. He's not being forthright as to why he didn't call. He may be completely 100% honest when he says, my concern was the tour and I'm not the police. And he would be technically legally right. If he heard something that happened and he didn't call the police.
So I'm out of my free gifted membership. So these memberships are out of pocket, okay? Out of my own pocket. Just FYI, because you guys have been really cool in chat, and I'm just trying to get more people in our Discord and more memberships, and that way you guys can check us out on our Discord. Not only that, but I also yeah, I want to do it. So I want to give memberships as well, because YouTube gives us 5, and I've ran out of all my 5 gifted memberships. So these gifted memberships are from my own pocket, okay?
Police, and he wanted to make sure the tour happened. There isn't a snitch rule for witnesses.
Well, I think, put a different way, there is no legal responsibility he has to notify the police, even if he knew something criminal was going on with David. There's no duty imposed on a tour manager or any manager to call the police, especially if there was a crime that had already happened. But whatever it is.
Hi, Miss Italy. How you doing? Good to see you. I am cooking, but I'm definitely listening, enjoying the conversation. Absolutely. What are you cooking?
I don't see any legal duty on Morgan Roth's part. Do you?
No, I don't. And by the way, the only legal duty is whether he's complying with an immunity agreement. If he's not answering a question or he's obfuscating, in her opinion, right? And this is one of the problems. And I always explain to people when they get into immunity agreements, that the whole expression of a perjury trap is you get immunity, you go in front of a grand jury, you don't say what they want you to say. Famously, I've had the only 2 witnesses that I can remember in the last 40 years who've done that and said, I'd rather go to jail than sing your script.
Susan McDougal.
Susan McDougal and Greg Anderson in the Barry Bonds Balco investigation. So those 2 witnesses were not going to play by the prosecutor's rules. And that is the downside of taking immunity. If you don't hew to what they think the story is, you're at risk.
So explain this to me. If you're right and they offered Morgan Roth immunity or they gave him immunity, why does he need immunity if he had no legal duty to talk to the police? I don't get it.
I wouldn't have. There's no way I would have let this guy, my client, go in there.
Yeah, see, there's the word immunity. We don't know if he is or isn't getting immunity. We don't know that. Maybe he's just testifying. But for 3 days, it's very interesting. 3 days being in as a witness. I mean, 3 days. That's a lot of stuff to go over. And as we know, the more you talk in the court of law or in an interrogation room, the more you're likely to have something incriminate you in the sense of what you say can be used or will be used against you in a court of law. So to me, that does tell me that this guy is getting immunity. Maybe.
Without an immunity agreement. No way.
Why?
Because anything he knows other than, and by the way, he's already confirmed that, at least reportedly from the hallway discussions, because when you have to say, I didn't think it was my duty, when somebody's asking the question, why didn't you? That's enough to trigger any sentient criminal defense lawyer to say, you're not talking unless you've got immunity. That somebody will try to fashion liability on that absent an immunity agreement. By the way, your defense is a jury instruction that says mere presence is not enough, or knowledge of a crime is not enough. Who wants to be on the receiving end of that?
Everything I'm hearing seems to suggest that whatever Beth thinks happened, and clearly she thinks David did this, whatever she thinks happened, there were more than one or more than two people who had some knowledge of it, because everything I'm hearing, based on a reporter there and other information, is that her net is wider than two people. So I think she thinks, and again, I'm connecting dots, and I'm not going to say I know something when I don't, but I'm connecting dots. That I think Beth believes that a circle around David knew various things. Does that make sense to you?
That's exactly what I think is happening. I think not only two or three, I think there are as many as 8 different people who were in the orbit who had heard or had witnessed what had happened.
You guys are making me hungry. That's so fun. Thank you guys for being super cool in the chat. Miss Italy says it's -4 degrees. What? And then she's making, what did she say she made? I have to go all the way back up, but she said she's making something. I mean, the chat went by so fast. But then somebody else mentioned some tamales. So yeah, you guys are making me. Oh, here it is: homemade chicken and dumplings. Ooh! And then somebody mentioned tamales. Let's go.
And they are basically casting that net, trying to get closer to the center of that circle.
So the joke is that a grand jury would indict a ham sandwich. If the LAPD
except if it's Tish James, but other than that, yes.
Okay. Nice deviation. But if in this case, everything we're told is that the LAPD believes they have hard evidence against David. That doesn't mean he did it. It's just that they believe it. And so if they believe it and they have evidence, they have data from the Tesla, they have ring phone video, they have witnesses and whatever else.
They've got surveillance footage.
If they have all of that, even if the ME comes back with an undetermined cause.
I mean, how can they not have surveillance footage? I was boots on the ground, hiking boots on the ground at the Hollywood Hills, at the Memorial, Lake Elsinore, the tow yard. I've been to all these key locations, and everywhere I go, there are cameras. Okay, how can they not? We've always been asking that question since day one. How can they not have records, phone records? How can they have not Discord records? How can they not have footage? How can they not have Tesla data? They play this.
Cause of death and nothing particularly helpful with toxicology. That would not prevent an indictment, would it?
No, I mean, take a look at, my friend Matt Murphy, who used to be an Orange County DA. I think Matt has done in his day, prosecuted 5 no-body cases. I'm old enough to remember, you're old enough to remember.
Yeah, that's a good question. The Santa Barbara trip. And I mean, even LAPD was saying that media relations was saying they don't know what the significance is, but they are looking into it. To me, what that tells me is that they've been looking at different locations, and when that got leaked, it just so happened to be Santa Barbara. That he was there in mid spring, and what could that be? They don't know yet, or they might know yet. They might know, I mean. So it could just be that they're going down the list. They're going down to Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Malibu, uh, Texas. And then when they went to Santa Barbara on the list, maybe that got leaked somehow, and they're just going down the list, and that just so happened to be on the list. It could be nothing. It could be something. We don't know, but that is a very good question. What was he doing in the middle of the night over there in Santa Barbara, in the remote areas of Santa Barbara?
J. Miller Levy, who was a legend in the LADA's office, who made his career on a no-body case. If you can get a conviction on a no-body case, you can get a conviction on a no evidence, no direct evidence case.
Do you think David's going to get indicted?
Do I?
Yeah.
I wouldn't start betting on that. I don't think I'm there yet.
Really?
Yeah,
What's giving you hesitation?
My hesitation is that.
Let me ask the chat. Do you guys think that there will be an indictment, whether it is David or not? Do you guys think that that's a possibility sooner or later?
The split between the ME and the LAPD is an opening for a defense lawyer that is, it's almost unheard of to have that.
Hey Marisa, how you doing? Yeah, I know something. That's what happens sometimes. Sometimes you guys don't get notifications, but make sure it's on either on your iPhone or hit all notifications. And then sometimes, because sometimes it will or won't give you notifications, but that way you guys can join the conversation.
Kind of a public split. The last time I can remember anything like that happened.
Hey, my little stars, I wanted to ask you something. When do you think the last proof of life? I know we all know that SF investigates, and let me ask everybody this too. Okay, everybody says yes for that question, that there might be an indictment, whether it is for David or for anybody else in this case. I believe so. I mean, there's just no way somebody could get away with something like this. Okay, and yeah, I believe it just like you guys believe it. I want to believe that this case can't just be swept under the rug, and from what it looks like, it's not. And so April for me, proof of life, although I'm questioning July at the moment. I'm right there with you, stars, and July too. Because if you, yeah, I'm looking at those dates. Like, I mean, again, this is a theory too, right? The thousands of theories that we've gone over is that she could have been placed in the trunk July 28th or 29th. She could have been placed the day the car was moved. Maybe.
Happening was a case that had nowhere near this profile, but it involved Cyril Wecht, the late great Cyril Wecht, in Pennsylvania, who was the elected coroner, and he had gotten sideways with the prosecuting authorities.
Okay, Marstar says Celeste may have family in Santa Barbara. What if Celeste was with David, went to Santa Barbara to get her from a relative's house? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good comment. My little star says I can't rule out SF saying July 2nd, even though he said he misspoke. He said those dates confidently in his YouTube interview. Makes me wonder. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Maybe it was like a slip. July 2nd. Maybe that was a slip, right? Like, oops, I shouldn't have said that. July 2nd. I mean, if that's the case, July 2nd, man.
It's very rare. You have to understand, people who work in this area will tell you there's usually a very symbiotic relationship between.
And maybe that's why he got in trouble for saying too much, was that date maybe, huh? That's interesting. Cindy goes on, them saying so, decomposition, man, in the heat of California. Don't the sites have cool in the front? Maybe just saying June, July. They do, but it's not like how we think a cooler is. And I mean, you have to constantly be putting ice in it, opening it up, putting ice, draining it, putting ice. I mean, it's not impossible, but I mean, I just don't see this dude, David, or anybody in his entourage doing that, in the sense of, I mean, it's just, hey, Alexi Moreno, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for again for your Cash App donation. Appreciate that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, just nothing's off the table. But for me, her being frozen, found frozen, it's just too much of a leap for me. Too much of mental gymnastics. But I don't know.
Between the coroner and law enforcement. And by the way, which I always will plumb, because one of the things that you often find is that the ME or the representative will kind of tailor their conclusion based upon what a detective is feeding them, which is unfair, which is not science. That's junk science. So this is really a stark contrast and something that is extremely rare, and I think fascinating to not just practitioners, but the public, obviously.
Well, except that's something that comes up at trial when the defense puts on its case. For a grand jury, they're not going to know anything about this dispute. So again, I ask, do you think this grand jury is going to indict David?
I think this grand jury very well could. I mean, if you're asking me that, I think that the grand jury
very well could. He's saying very well could. And I think from the chat, it's feeling the same. Very well could.
Very well could. But remember, if the defense is as savvy as I think they are, I bet you they already have a private pathologist taking a look at stuff and analyzing everything that's happened there, or they've done they've gone even farther than that. So it would not surprise me if there is a lot going on that we don't know from the defense standpoint.
I'll leave you with this. I think bigger than that is that if David gets indicted, the biggest argument they got is,
oh yeah, that bicyclist, yeah, that was wild, huh? Yeah, we went over that a little bit. It's still unsolved. That hit and run that killed the cyclist is still unsolved. Rest in peace. Had a family and everything too.
Why is somebody doing something to a body in Santa Barbara, and then months later it ends up in his Tesla at his home?
See, and that's the thing. Carvey is thinking like normal person. With these psychopaths, they don't think like us, so we can't fathom or bridge the gap by saying, I wouldn't do that. I don't get why he would put it in the front trunk of his Tesla. I wouldn't do that. No, we wouldn't. No. It's because we don't think like that, so it doesn't make sense to us.
When he's on tour, why would somebody who committed murder do something that ridiculous?
You want me to respond?
Sure.
If the clients made good decisions, they wouldn't need their lawyers.
Oh. See you next.
If clients made good decisions, they wouldn't need lawyers. Boom. Boom. So that was the end of that interview. Wow, we got 102 people in chat. Let's go, you guys. Good to see you guys. Welcome, everybody. And if you guys are just coming in, raise your hand, say hi. Let me know how your weekend is going. Hopefully, everything's going good. Happy Monday, everybody. Coming in here and, yeah, going over the Celeste Rivas case and going over these two Angry Men podcasts. This Mark Garrigo guys. I mean, he's very knowledgeable. I do like him just a little bit more than Harvey, but not as much as some other people. But respect for them covering the case, okay? Even though I disagree with a lot of their stuff, respect for covering the case because nobody else is covering it and they do get. I mean, they are putting in the front. The thing is, it's up to us to decipher a lot of the information that they come out, and we should question everything. We should question the sources. We should question this and the other, and I don't know if Native Girl is ready to come up, but respect for anybody that is covering the case and keeping it going. I can only cover one case. I can only keep up with one case, and it's this case right now until January, when the J. Carroll case, the mom goes back to trial. Then I'll be going either back to the courthouse, or we'll see how it goes. Because sometimes what happens is that sometimes they extend it, so I don't want to go out there and spend some resources just to go there for 2 minutes and saying that they want to reschedule, which that happens. That's been happening a lot. So I just want to be careful with that too. But thank you everybody for coming in. Hit the like button, subs, and share. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, so that YouTube can monetize my channel in the sense of ad revenue. And I don't know how much it is. I know it's not going to be a lot, but if it's $1.50, $2, $3, that to me goes a long way, and it will help the channel out. It will help with, like, even if it's $2, $3, because like Twitter is like $4 a month, $3 a month if it's on sale. Articles too, like sometimes like the LA Times, they're really good. Sometimes you have to pay for $1 or $2, so that, I mean, that helps out a lot. Your donations do help the channel, and it goes towards the channel. Everything goes towards the channel, into one pot. And recently we had funds for a drone. So I am looking at drones right now, and I am looking at used drones. So that way, when I do have hiking boots on the ground, that I will take content, pictures, and video. So very cool, very appreciative. It's not required, guys. Don't feel like you're obligated to do it, but it is appreciated. Okay, thank you guys so much. You guys just being here and keeping the word out there, liking my channel, subscribing, helping me get to 1,000 subscribers, and sharing my content, being here, continuing the conversation. That to me means a lot. Means a lot, and I really appreciate every single one of you. Truly, I do. I mean, I am so grateful and lucky to have a good group of community in the true crime community with this case with Celeste Rivas. When there was no coverage with the case, I still covered it, just because that's just, I mean, I have a fire under my butt with this case since day one. And sometimes there's no new news on this, but hey, we can go over some stuff maybe we missed. Every single time we go over this case, every single time I go over this case, I find something new, something else clicks, and maybe for you guys it clicks too. And if you have any information, absolutely contact LAPD. Your tip, however small it may be, it might be the key piece of evidence, or it might add to the circumstantial evidence to what they need for an indictment, whoever it may be, wherever that evidence may lead to, David or not David, wherever it is. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Milo Star. She says, you deserve compensation for this, Mark. I appreciate your boots on the ground viewpoint more than you could ever know. Oh, thank you so much, Stars. And thank you again for sending me information, going over it. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's been emailing me, sending me emails, and on the Discord. We go deep. Even if there's no new news, I will tell you guys, I won't clickbait to say update. No, I will say, hey, there's no new update, and we're just going to go over. We're going to recap. Okay, because I do hate that when it's like breaking news, but it's like the same recycled stuff. Maybe it's breaking news to you guys, and sometimes I'll have information that it's just I haven't seen before. Maybe you guys have, but maybe I haven't too. So that it's, it's a fine line, but I'll try to be as like respectful, always with my heart. And as you guys can see with the memorial, I put a baby shark on there from the shark family at the memorial. I changed out the flowers last time I've gone there. Right now, I can't go there because my truck is broken. The cylinder on the shifter broke off. It's a common problem with older trucks. So I did get the part. I have to put that up, but And that's why I'll always say maybe, 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 because life happens. And sometimes I'm not able to go to places, I'm not able to do something. So I always put it with a caveat, maybe. And that to me is out of my comfort zone because I like to do things after the fact. I like to say things after the fact. Like, hey, I've been here already. I've done this already. But with my subscribers and my members, I have to say, hey, I'm doing this so that way you guys can get a heads up and see what's going on. If you guys like to help with that monetarily or liking it or subbing it or sharing it, then you guys can be like, oh, okay, I want to help out. So it's a little bit out of my comfort zone to do things and say things before I do them because I like to say things after I do them. But again, with my subscribers, I like to say that I like to give you guys a heads up. So thank you guys so much. So I did go to the memorial before. I cleaned it up. It looks really well. I haven't gone there again. I know it's been raining. I know Della Dank went there, and she had video of it. I don't know if she posted it or not, or if we could share that if she did, but I don't see it yet. But that would be cool to see an updated one. I think she went. When did Della Dank? You're still here. When did you go? A couple days ago or something. So thank you guys so much, man. Let's see. All right, guys, man, you guys are awesome. You guys are amazing group of people. Thank you guys, man. I love it. I'm so lucky. Only 163 subscribers to get 1,000. Absolutely. And then after that, you guys won't hear me say a word of that. But I know how YouTube is to try to get incentives for creators. I know what they're doing. I know what they are doing, YouTube. I know what you're doing. Maybe that's why you guys YouTube deleted my video. Maybe that's why, huh? Uh-huh. Or I deleted it on accident, but let's see, guys. Let's see. Native Girl, you ready to come up so we can get your insight about the pregnancy? Celeste Rivas pregnancy. Yes, been through that. My Ford Probe GT. My daughter messed up my shifter a couple years back. I know, right? So, but the good news is that the part came in. The part came in, so I'm really happy about that. So I'm gonna try to save money because I know it can get expensive taking it to the mechanic. So I'm gonna try to fix it myself. That way I think I can because I do want to go to this place right here. Let me bring this up. I do want to go to one of David's pictures. Do you guys remember this picture? Let me go to David's Instagram. I do want to go there. They're gonna open on special guest. Special guest, Native Girl. Hey, Native Girl, how you doing? Let me use the restroom real quick, okay? Go say hi to the crew. I'll be
Oh,
right
can
back.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, great.
Uh-huh. Go say hi to the crew. I had to use the restroom real quick.
Hello, everybody. I was going to go over some things today with Mark. We'll probably get to that when you come back. There's a lot viewing today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mark, for having me. And I am no longer reading the chat. I've got a very limited view here, so let's see if we can do Cindy Lean. Hello. Let's see. Deanna Morse. Hello. Okay. So some of these we've already seen. Oh, yeah, we're trying to get we're trying to get to 1,000. And we can do that with your help. So all of you that are watching, if you want to subscribe, join the chat, just say hi to everyone, or just subscribe so that you know when the next episode's on, the next live. Hit the notifications for all once you've subscribed. Let's see. Tammy W. Hello. Let me see. Jazzy Jazz Jess, hey. Cindy, hello. I know I've said hi to some of you in chat already, but yeah, it's nice to see up here. Let me see, who else do we have here? Do we have anybody new coming in? Cindy Gussman, My Little Stars, you two have been here. Let me see. Just want to go through this chat a little bit. Yeah, keep talking. Keep asking questions to one another. I think some of you have some good theories. Some of you have some good answers. Let me see. My Little Stars says, yay, woohoo. Okay. Yeah, we're counting on you all.
All right, I'm back. Are you able to see the chat?
A little bit, but it jumps around. So when I, you know, there's only like 2 at a time that you can see, and then you can slide up to see more, but then it'll jump on me. So yeah.
I mean, we could slow it down.
No, I don't think that's going to help. It's jumping because of I think it's because of the smallness of the as a new one comes up.
Hey, Cindy. Lean.
Yeah, she just came in.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying anything.
Okay, let me bring this up real quick because Flojo reminded me because we were like deep diving on Reddit last night, and so he sent me some stuff. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over what you're gonna bring up, and then I'll go over that later. So I do have that queued up after we go through what you were saying. But hey, Cindy Lean, yeah, Josh Marshall is this guy right here on the main page. Let me bring this up bigger. This is Josh Marshall. Little quick refresher. That's Josh Marshall, Mogul Vision co-manager with this guy right here. Let me bring this up with Robert Morgenroth Jr., co-manager right there. Hey, Yashoda, good to see you. Welcome.
Hello, Yashoda.
And then this is the powerhouse, Beth Silverman, district attorney, powerhouse. No fucking around, no fudging around. Sorry. No nonsense, prosecutor. Sorry. I mean, if she's firing me up right now, I mean, imagine. Can you guys see this? Can you guys see my screen? Let me ask the chat. Cindy says black screen. Hold on.
Black screen? Why can I see this? Oh, I can see it, but
yeah. Yeah, you probably do, Cindy. Everybody can see it.
I do that. I'm like, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. And then it's just me. I accidentally turned my sound down.
Okay, yeah, so it's just Cindy Lynn then. All right, she's going to come over. All right, so I'm just having a little snack.
Wait a second. Did you want to go over that first?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I brought you up, so that way we go over that. But
okay.
I was just saying because that way Flojo doesn't think I'm ignoring him or anything like that. So.
You would never ignore him.
I see you guys.
Now,
all right.
I just want everyone to know I can't really see the chat. So if you ask me any questions, or if you ask them to Mark, then, you know, I might hear them from him, but my view's limited here.
I did put it on the screen.
Okay.
The chat, so maybe that would help out.
Let me see. I've got it on the TV in front of me. So
okay, so I'll put it on the screen. There you go.
Okay. But I have to turn the sound all the way down. All right. This might be a little bit like deja vu for some of you because because we had discussed this the other day in a 12-hour live.
In
And
20 minutes.
12 hours and 20 minutes. And that's Mark's record marathon time. But it accidentally got deleted.
We went too deep. That's why it got deleted. Uh-oh. Might have
We're
lost
just
you.
gonna.
Oh, there you go. I
Okay.
hear you. I hear you.
Sorry. We're just gonna kind of go over what was said the other day. And I'm not any more organized than I was then because I didn't know that the other one was going to get deleted and we were going to go over all this again. So,
Oh, Cindy, remember Cindy was like woke up and she was like,
yeah,
from sunny South Florida. She's like, wait, what? You guys didn't know neither? Yeah, Cindy from sunny South Florida I deleted. I was trying to clip it. Yeah, so I guess clipping and trimming are two different things. So I accidentally clipped it where it was. I don't know what I did, man. It was just
I think a lot of people came in and did, like
mm-hmm.
they woke up, thought they were.
They're dripping. Hey, Pat Bull, how you doing? Good to see you. And thanks you for sending me some stuff on email. Thank you, everybody, you guys, for that. Yeah, and I was like, I'm trying not to worry about it. I mean, to me, it's a big deal. However, I'm like, all right, what can I do? It is what it is. But it was weird because that one, it didn't give me the option to do it like it did when I did a quick test live, and then I tried to edit. It gave me like different it gave me different options from when it was.
From the way it used to be.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now Mark do over 12.5. Cindy from sunny South Florida, you know what? After it got deleted, I got so freaking fired up. I was like, screw this. I'm doing a 3-day one. I was like, I'm never doing this again. And then when it got deleted, I was like, all right, I'm doing a 3-day one. Screw it. But no, I don't. I mean, I say I don't want to do it. It's like the alcoholic, that drinks too much, and then the next day, I'm never doing that again. And then like 2 days later, they're drinking again. It's like that. Like I'm not doing that again. But
it's
I don't know. Maybe.
right? It's addicting for
What's
you.
that?
It's addicting for you to do these live marathon lives. You can't help yourself.
I think for me, I think a 10-hour live is like, I think I could fill up a 10-hour live with information. But after that, I'm just like, it's just like, it's just like, no.
Yeah.
But the only way I think last time, I mean, to me, the only way that I could do like more than a 12-hour one is like if I do like 2 or 3 days, like I sleep, the live is on, and then I wake up and I go hiking and I bring you guys with me like that. I mean, I'm down to do something like that. Like if I ever go somewhere where I'm looking for somebody or like a missing persons or clues or something like that, I mean, I could see myself doing that. But then I don't even want to think about it. No, let's not. See, you guys are getting me going. You see that? I'm like, well, you guys are getting the wheels turning. So I don't want to think about that right now. I don't want to.
You awake for 3 days. Mark woke up and asked everybody what day it was. It was like January 1st, 2026. He was sleeping forever.
Yeah, it was the thank you guys, man. Thank you guys. External hard drive. Yeah, that'd be cool too, so I can offload. Yeah. See, everybody's being like super supportive too. Like, yeah, let's go, let's do it. Jazzy Jazz, hey, how you doing? All right, so yeah, however you want to format it, the floor is yours.
Oh, let's see. So I just kind of want to start out the way it's chaotic because I was here. Let's see.
Yeah, it should be a little bit better now that you kind of had practice with it.
No, because my notes.
Oh. Uh-oh. Did we lose you? Native girl, native girl, native girl. Uh-oh, we might have lost her.
Here I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did Whitney get her? So, because we lost you for a minute.
Basement. I'm in Whitney's basement.
Look at this. Look, Julie's like super down for it. She's like, "Can I sleep and then come back to you for a 3-day one?" See, people are so freaking down for stuff like that. I'm like, hey, I'm down. Let's do it. But I just don't want to think about it right now, guys. I don't want to think about it right now. All right, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I think this is where I want it to. I'm sorry. You know what? This is I don't know why it keeps clicking off like it does.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it did it a little bit last night, but I don't know.
Are you on Wi-Fi?
I'm not sure. Do you
Maybe
think
that's fine. No, I'm saying like it's better if you are on Wi-Fi.
Oh, well, I
Okay.
thought you meant it was clicking over to because of the
Mm-mm.
Wi-Fi. No, okay, yeah, I've got yeah. Let's see. Looking around here. So what we had talked about before. Some you're gonna hear it again, but
I mean, I actually want to hear it again. I really do.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about wanting to approach this with the utmost respect for Celeste Rivas' family and for her as well. I think we're all looking out for justice, and if we are searching for justice, there's a lot of hard questions that have to be asked. And one of those is, to me, is the medical examiner's report that stated that she had not been pregnant for, not only was she not pregnant, but she had not been pregnant from the time of autopsy to a year prior. And I think when I heard she wasn't pregnant, I would have just accepted that. But then there's that additional, official report that says that she was not pregnant for the whole year prior. And my first instinct was based on the
decomposition.
Based on the decomposition that she had, I could not understand how the medical examiner could jump to that.
To that conclusion?
Yes. How could they jump to that conclusion? How could they get to that conclusion? Because all of the indicators and markers that would tell you whether she was pregnant 6 months ago or 8 months ago, in the event that she had a miscarriage or abortion, all of those indicators wouldn't have been present because of the decomposition. So,
and see, that's good that you brought that up too, because it kind of it just, to me, it just I just took it out of my head. I didn't even go further with that. Like, oh, not pregnant, boom. But then it's like, wait a minute, what about this? So this is where you come in.
Yeah. And so, this is not going to, it's not a pretty subject to talk about. a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old that may have, become pregnant and was being taken advantage of by someone in a position. This girl should have been home, and she wasn't. And in order to make sure that she has justice, we have to ask, if something just doesn't sound right, we need to ask questions. So,
For the very least.
right. I mean, her parents should know. I mean, I don't want to say that she was pregnant or she did have a miscarriage or she did have an abortion within that time frame. I'm not saying that. I'm giving you all this information, and you determine how you feel about this after that. And what I will say is that, and I said this the other night, I hope that if this goes to trial, that the prosecuting attorney calls this medical examiner up to the stand.
Hi, Robin. Good to see you.
And they ask the medical examiner, how did you determine that she could not have been pregnant during that year prior to the autopsy? And maybe I'm not saying I know everything. We come in advances in science every day we'll hear something different and new. And so maybe there's something that I'm not aware of, but as it stands, or even information that we don't have. But as it stands, I don't see how they could come to that conclusion. And I think I also brought up that possibly it could be just a check the box kind of thing for a medical examiner. Like, okay, she wasn't pregnant now. Was she pregnant in the last year? Was she pregnant? I don't know if that's something, that keep cutting out, I think. If that's something that is just standard for what they have to put on there. But it's definitely something we need to question, because a pregnancy, an abortion, a miscarriage, those can all be motives. We want to know why did this happen. That could be a motive.
Absolutely.
And to prosecute, you don't have to have a motive. But if you do have one, I mean, that's compelling. It's compelling to have a motive. And so I really hope that they, somebody kind of pushes this issue just to get an answer, just an explanation. And so, let me look and see here.
That's a very good point. To ask questions. Absolutely. Because again, I just completely said, okay, boom, that was it. And it didn't even cross my mind. What about before a year? Because it was just like out of my mind, out of sight. Boom, that's it. And so that was a thing. It was just about that. Like, what about before?
Okay. Let me pull up the next thing that I was going to get to. And that is, so as I said before, I'm not saying that I think that she was, she gave, it's not my opinion that she gave birth to a full-term baby at any point during that 1 year. And I say that because there would be physical changes that they would probably be able to see with the pelvis, or certain things happen when in your body, changes that happen during pregnancy. And so, but I do believe that it could be possible that sometime in that year, and I don't believe she was pregnant when they did the autopsy. And I'll bring up one.
Yeah, we want to like make that clear, right? Like we're just having a conversation here, okay? that's our right. We were able to do it, and yeah, you guys are more than welcome to stay or not stay. That's also your right too. And again, I want to be able to have these conversations. I mean, what are we going to do? Just sit around and pick our noses? No, I want to have conversation. Okay. And I think if we say it as such, as this is just of our opinions, I think that is okay. There you go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I missed something, but
Little stars. No, I was just saying, like, look, I was like, yeah, these are just our opinions, and we stated as such. We're not stating things as facts. There's some things that are
no.
facts,
Yeah.
yes. And I was like, what do you guys want us to do? Just pick our noses while
Yeah.
we wait for stuff? No, I want to be able to have these conversations, and I
Right.
want to be able to say, hey, I disagree
Mhm.
respectfully, without bashing people.
Mm-hmm.
Without personal attack, we're grown-ups. We are allowed to have conversation. We don't debate the people. We debate the ideas. And if you guys hear something, I mean, me and Native Group went back and forth. Like we had a discussion. Like no, this is
Mhm.
this is it. But we're very respectful to each other. And then now I'm like, oh, okay, I got something out of it, and it's just
Mhm.
critical thinking.
And for them, I think, everyone in chat has, for the most part, everyone is very respectful to one
Yeah,
another.
absolutely. Like, hey, I disagree. Is
And
this
we
or the
want you
other?
to have those opinions. We want you to bring something up.
Exactly.
Just do it respectfully to one another.
Mhm.
Um, so, as I was saying, and I'm not accusing the medical examiner of anything. I want to bring that up. I just question, where did they get this conclusion? How did they draw this conclusion? What evidence brought them to this conclusion? And so I can say that
Mhm.
the medical examiner said she was not pregnant in the autopsy. And you know, they could have determined if she had the pregnancy hormone, HCG. So that's the human chorionic gonadotropin. And that is the hormone that the female body produces during a pregnancy.
Mhm.
Now, if there were a miscarriage, or a baby was born, or an abortion, that hormone is still present in the system for around 2 weeks, and during that time it starts to drop, and then it's no longer in the system. So we
Mhm.
can say conclusively, if they took um, and performed a pregnancy test on the HCG levels, we can conclude they said it was negative. We can conclude that she had not, within that 2 weeks prior to the autopsy, been pregnant, had a miscarriage, or had an abortion. So I agree with that.
Mhm.
But here's where it starts to get a little, questionable. It's okay. What about 2 months ago? How did they determine that she didn't have that she wasn't pregnant
Mhm.
and miscarried? And this is something I really even hate to bring it up, because I mean, her family's out there, and no one wants to think of that happening to their child.
Mhm.
But also, for their sake, they need to have answers too. They need to know,
Mhm.
is this a possibility? Could it have happened? They want answers too. And if that's what comes, then I think that's great. But as I was saying, that the
See,
pregnancy
Yashoda
hormone.
makes a good point there too. What you were saying is like, what? But wasn't the body highly decomposed state close to the liquefaction in that state? Unless there is preservation, they can only determine via markers as far back as a week, few months, not a year ago.
Right. Now, who said that? I mean, I'm looking.
Yashoda,
Uh-huh.
our resident doctor.
Right. Well, thank you for your opinion and your knowledge on this in this area.
See, we're asking questions. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's I like that.
In a highly decomposed state,
Mm-hmm.
close to liquid, yeah, in the state, unless there is the preservation, they can only determine markers. Right. Right. It's a very brief period that they can say that hormone, because then the pregnancy hormone is no longer in the system. So anything past that point, I don't know. I just don't understand where they're getting that from, because
Mm-hmm.
if you're I think we talked about this before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was suggested that by I think the Sloan person had a um, source that said that the body of Celeste had been put in 3 bags, and the one bag contained her torso, and you have the fastest decomp in that area because your intestines and your stomach are filled with bacteria and enzymes, and they're used to break down everything in the area where it should, but it also increases decomp in that area. So
And I did have I did have that guy uh, uh, mentioned when he broke the news with that Aunt Healy. So
okay.
so that's okay.
Okay.
Don't worry about getting timed out. All right.
Okay, here we go. Um oh, I just lost my train.
Sorry.
He throws me off. No, I'm just kidding. No, so we were saying that the and trigger warning everyone. I don't want to get into all these details and everyone not aware. We are going to be talking about some things that involve bodily fluids after someone has passed. So as we're discussing that area of the abdomen is going to have faster decomp because of the bacteria and the enzymes that are just naturally present there, and that's also where the female organs are. So if there were scar tissue, or there's a few things in that area that are present that you might see in a body that isn't decomposed. So you might see remnants of an abortion. You might see remnants that there was a pregnancy through scar tissue, a miscarriage. But all of that wouldn't be visually present with the level of decomp that they're telling us was there. And we would expect that torso, that lower torso area, is going to have the most decomp. And that's the area that, they would need for that. So some of the signs of pregnancy are physical. And I don't think things like that would have been, a year later. You have the swelling of the breast, the darkening of the areolas and enlarging. You have there's a lot of changes that might occur, but you wouldn't see that with the decomp going on. So let's see. So let's say I'm giving you an example. 6 months ago, or let's say even 11 months ago, she had an early miscarriage. This is all hypothetical because I just want to show you how I don't understand where these conclusions are drawn by the ME. So let's say 11 months ago, she had a miscarriage, just for the sake of argument, and someone was not happy about that situation, and something happened. At some point later, I mean, we know at some point she passed away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At some point later, she, she's unalived by someone. And then she gets to the point in this autopsy, and they're saying, "Oh, well, she couldn't have been pregnant in the last year." It doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't make sense because they don't. That what was the one thing that I wanted to stress the other day? It was the absence, and I think this is important. And the absent, and this is just the way I'm thinking of it.
Mm-hmm.
The absence of information is not confirmation to the to you can't use that absence of information as confirmation that she had never been pregnant for that full year prior to the autopsy. It doesn't make sense, because just because the information isn't there, that doesn't confirm that that was the situation, that nothing happened, because they don't have what's necessary to make that
Mm-hmm.
claim.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that let me look here. There was something else I was going to bring up with that. All of the changes, and the reason I say that it wasn't a full-term pregnancy is because you do have changes in the in the structure, the of the female that would have been present if she had ever had a full-term birth.
Mm-hmm. You showed it says
So,
whatever fluid they obtain needs to be in a state of preservation to detect pregnancy. With highly decomposed body, detection is possible for weeks to a few months of pregnancy before death. So if they said a whole year, I was like, dang, a whole year.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not buying that. What do you all think? Do you how do you interpret that information that she just wasn't, she did not have a pregnancy during that time?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd be interested to know, and especially anyone else in the medical field. If we have any more nurses in here, if we have any doctors, or just anyone that's had experience in labor delivery, or because you have certain information when you're in a medical field. You have certain
Mm-hmm.
knowledge of of anatomy. You have
Anatomy, terminology.
mhm,
You showed it says mummification makes body look like a bark of a tree. Her body was more possibly liquefied. That's what the
yes,
reports are saying, that her
yes,
body was
yeah.
more liquefied. Let me continue reading chat. Julie says, yeah, that wording would confuse a lot of people. Absolutely, Julie. And then Mariska says, did they say she was never pregnant? I recall they said she had not been pregnant within the last year. Yeah, that's the thing. Uh-huh. Robin, thank you so much for stopping by. My Love Stars response saying last year, Mariska. Mariska says a coroner or doctor would know a heck a lot more than we do. We can only Google. Cindy says, just saying if it did that, I was a million, I could pay them off from getting caught. Oh, yes, I'd pay off the ME. Cindy said they would need something from the uterus, fallopian tubes, HCG, blood levels. To Cindy from sunny South Florida. T with Tambo says it depends on decomposition if all the parts are there.
Mhm.
Flojo OB and LD and L and D were not my thing. Thing. THAGGGG. Thing. That's what.
Obstetrics and labor and delivery were not
Oh,
mine.
okay. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, I spent time in labor and
Mm.
delivery.
You showed it says the hormone undergoes degradation. Look at that. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mariska says, oh, that's why I'm not seeing the whole chat. There we go.
Did you
Uh,
have on top?
no, for some reason, Marisa, it's not coming on my other chat. That's weird.
Huh,
Marisa's one.
I
Oh,
can see it here.
I
Yeah.
can see it on the screen, but I can't see it on the chat over here. I have two chats. But she says, I always, where is
Go ahead.
it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I always thought they were too quick to say no pregnancy, but they didn't have any other info. Also, wouldn't a pregnancy loss happen in early 24% in early 24 per the Discord messages? See, that's the other thing too. Early in 2024. Continue reading chat. They use the liquid from the eye, but did they locate the head? Says Mariska. My little stars is old people in my specialist Floja and bariatrics. Cindy from sunny South Florida. I'm a retired pregnancy childbirth educator and doula. What is that? DOULA?
It's someone who helps out with the delivery.
You showed up. Cindy, even blood and the fluid in the eyes can contain HCG till it undergoes degradation. See, that's that word degradation, right? If her body, like you were saying, is in that far decomposing state, how are they able to, unless we don't know of new technology or other methods that be in it? That's just an interesting question. Go ahead.
And so, my point is just that they don't have enough information to make that claim. They don't have enough confirmation there. And another thing that they use in when you have a body and they want to, that for the pregnancy questions, have they been pregnant within the past year, 6 months, 3 months? They use the family physician's information. They will use the family's information. But again, we're back to the absence of information is not confirmation. If the parents aren't aware that she was pregnant, that doesn't mean that the ME can say, well, it didn't happen. Or if the medical doctor that she was seeing isn't aware she was pregnant during that time, that doesn't mean that's not proof that she wasn't.
And see, that's good that it's coming from not only a female perspective, but from that field as well. Because there's just some things like I'm not going to understand from a female's perspective and experiences, obviously, because I'm a man. For example, Julie says, I had 6 pregnancies, 2 early miscarriages, 1 12-week delivery, 1 sleeping baby who was resuscitated, and 2 live births. My HCG levels were back to normal within 2 weeks of all of them. Look at that. It's within 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We're back to normal.
I'm sorry
like that.
I'm really sorry to hear that you've had the experience with the miscarriages.
I know that's something that is.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the thing. It's like, look at that, boom, from somebody that had real
Yeah.
life experience, 2 weeks.
And it's 2 weeks. I think
after all of them, her HCG levels were back to normal. Look
right.
at that.
Right.
And that's from her being okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's from her being okay.
They drop after 2 weeks. You're not gonna find them.
So what about a decomposing body in a high state of decomposition? I have questions.
Yeah. I mean, you have things like that. There's placenta villi. They're these small, like finger like projections that's found in the placenta. You have scarring of tissue and all of these things that might be present that they wouldn't be able to see because of the decomposition. You let me see what else. So we're hearing that, I don't know if that's actually anything. I don't think it's been confirmed that David was, in fact, not joking when he discussed that they had a baby on the way. We don't know. That's something that we just don't have information on. We know that he said something about expecting a baby on the way. He could have been joking, but at the same time, even if he was joking, it could have actually become a reality at some point during the past year. It could have happened. And I'm not accusing anyone, but I'm saying she could have had a pregnancy, and that could have been a very big motive as far as what happened. Trying to remember, do you remember me talking about anything else, bringing anything else up about that yesterday?
It was pretty much what you were saying about the we were kind of going. We were going about the levels. We were going about the HCG levels. We were going on about just
the time frame
and the year before that, and asking
right.
questions. So I mean, this was really good. I really do like that, and I really appreciate you bringing that up. And you also mentioned about the tattoo.
Right, the tattoos. So,
Oh, actually, hold on 1 second while you gather your thoughts. Somebody Venmo me $5. Thank you so much.
Can you
I
disclose,
I
or you can't? You're not sure of the name.
well, I just don't want to say the name.
Oh, okay.
But if you donated drone fun, if you donated 5 on the Venmo, I don't want to say your name on here because you might have a different name on YouTube. So if that was you, thank you so much. I just saw it. That was 35 minutes ago. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you so much. If you are here, raise your hand so I can shout you out. Oh, there it is. Okay, it was Marisa.
Oh,
Thank you.
nice.
Thank you, Marisa. Thank you so much for your Venmo donation. Drone fun. Boom. Let's go. Thank you, Marisa. Thank you so much. Keep the conversation going. A lot of great comments by Marisa, by everybody in here. Thank you guys so much.
And if anybody else if you're just watching and you wanna give your input on this, if you're already subscribed, go ahead and jump in chat. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe, and in 60 seconds you can jump into chat. And even if you don't have an opinion on this, just say hi. Say hi to the shark family.
Absolutely.
Make yourself a shark with us. Okay, let's see. So the other thing that we were going to talk about was I know a lot of people have had questions about the tattoo. I don't know if she had a henna tattoo. We're basing that information on what we were told, that the mother stated that she had a tattoo. So I'm going to go by that at this, that's all we have. Was it TMZ that stated the mother? I think it was TMZ stated the mother confirmed the tattoo, or
yes, the mother confirmed that there was a tattoo, which further helped identify Celeste Rivas's body.
Right. So I'm not going to say that it was a henna tattoo, because I really, with the mother saying, confirming that, I'm thinking it's not a henna tattoo, and that's all we can base it on. So when everyone was asking like all these questions as far as how did they see this tattoo if she had so much decomp going on. And to that, I'm going to go back again to that source that said her body was, one bag was the torso, another bag was the arms and head of Celeste Rivas, and then the third bag was her legs. So again, trigger warning. And we talked about this with the pregnancy as far as the decomp. The decomp in the torso, in that area is going to be more, it's going to rapidly decompose a lot faster than, let's say, the hand, because of the bacteria. So it's possible that there just wasn't as much decomp with her arms and the hand. But even if there was heavy decomp, this is what, I was questioning. Did a red ink tattoo look any different than another color? Would it make it less or more visible, because of the decomp? I thought maybe that contrast might, look different. And because my first thought was, how did they, how did they know that there was a tattoo there? So basically there isn't any difference between the colors. It's not like red is going to show up more or less than let's say black. Um,
You also mentioned too that the tattoo also can be seen, and whether it's been removed, whether it's
right.
been overlapped, you are able
Mhm.
to see that how
So
with infrared, right?
yeah, so what we're getting to is that there are other methods, and there's scientific methods that they use. Now we don't really know exactly that little timeline between when that was reported to TMZ, when the mother was contacted, when the medical examiner was contacted about the tattoo, when the LAPD was contacted about the tattoo. So we're not really sure how that all played out. And I'm thinking that, they could have done the testing. One of these, if it wasn't visible, they could have done one of these tests on her, because science is evolving every day. There's more tests, and that was another thing we talked about. Certain some departments have better finances. The medical examiners have more funding, and they have different tests that they're available, and that's more accessible based on the amount of money that they have. So a lot of different these new tests you might not find in a little small town. They're going to run a autopsy on someone, and they just might not have this available. But I would say there was something used for them to detect that tattoo.
The tattoo, right?
Uh-huh. And so I was going to go.
Yeah, that's it. That's really good too, because if it was in the state of decomposition, how were they able to get that shush tattoo
Right.
available that quick to make that correlation, that gap between
Uh-huh.
the tip and that? I mean, that must have been quick, or it was just preserved, right?
Right. We don't know, but I mean, yeah, it could have just been preserved, or less decomp there. But I think a lot of people, it's kind of died down, but I think a lot of people have asked about, they pose that question to one another in chat. You hear, how did they know about the how did they see the how, there are a lot of questions. So there's a multitude of ways that they can bring up these tattoos and identify them. They can identify someone by the tattoo, especially if they know where to look, because they can use the infrared imaging. So the this doesn't apply to this case, and I told everybody the other night the same thing. But a lot of times when we get this new information, we want to know about it. We want to know for like another case, and if we have questions, how did they, how did they find this? How did they know this? So they have also radiation and a radiograph can aid in the cases where a body has older tattoos. So like I said, it doesn't apply this case, but it's just some additional information. So the older tattoos have more metals present in it. So, the standards now are different. The older tattoos, like, you find someone in their 60 or 70, they're going to have a lot more metals in their tattoos. And
wow, that's wild.
yeah, so the older the tat, there's probably going to be more metal content. And
I wonder with this one now, with the fresh tattoo that she had.
mhm,
Yeah, I wonder if that was the other case too. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know. I'm sure that's going to be brought up in court. If it
mhm,
does go to court and we don't see like a
right.
plea deal,
We're
how were
gonna
you able to determine
mhm,
that was there? It based
right.
on the decomposition body, because we have the same questions that maybe the defense lawyer is going to say.
Mhm, absolutely. And so going back to Celeste Rivas' tattoo,
Mm-hmm.
um, they can also use the infrared light, and that's really wild what they
Mm,
can do with the infrared light. I mean, it's kind of like surprising, what all can be done, because if someone has they've had their tattoo removed, like laser removal. This is crazy. They can still see that tattoo with the infrared light. So if
mm,
they're looking for someone, um, and they know that they used to have a tattoo,
mm-hmm,
they can look in the family says, well, they used to have a tattoo on their arm of a
mm-hmm,
lion, and the medical examiner can use the infrared light. They can go in there and they could see if there used to be a tattoo there, because there's latent ink left over even after laser removal. So, and then if you want to go one step further,
mm-hmm,
the infrared light can even be used to detect original tattoos that have been covered up by another tattoo.
mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's interesting too. It's like, oh, well, we're looking for someone, and I don't know how that information ever comes up, but
Mm-hmm.
they can find it. So, if let's say that the medical examiner had brought Celeste's body in, they weren't looking for a tattoo until they found out that someone believed that this was Celeste Rivas, and
Mm-hmm.
they mentioned she if it's her, she would have a tattoo on her finger, and they would
Mm-hmm.
tell the exact location. And if the medical examiner had that information, even if they couldn't see that tattoo, they can go in and test.
Mm.
So
Hi,
they
Artistic. Good to see you. Welcome.
who came in?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Artistic. No, it's okay. Artistic. I'm just saying
Oh,
hi.
hi.
I like saying hi to everybody.
I know you do.
But
Yeah, it's
Ariel's
nice.
making some good points in the chat too.
Are-
You
Oh,
showed it. Yeah, you showed it. Says usually the face gets mummified and the rest of the body liquefied if both take place. In that case, they could have easily identified, but they couldn't even tell whether it was a he or a she. Great point, Marisa says. I really do think either they wanted Celeste to be identified, or he would have removed the identification part, so they would were not done with what they were planning to do with their body. That's a good point, my little stars. Don't forget how Xerx instructed others 3 days before Celeste is publicly identified to deny the tattoo.
so if they didn't mention the tattoo, um, they might not have found out that it was her right away.
Yeah, they might have just not even been pointed to that
Right.
direction.
They wouldn't have even thought it was her.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have, I mean, the tattoo wouldn't have come up if, uh, I don't, but like I said, we don't know how that all played out. We
Yeah,
really
very,
don't.
very, 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 very weird, because it's like Why wouldn't you want to call LAPD Detectives Robbery and Homicide Division? Why
Mhm.
would you want to get the tip into TMZ? Really weird stuff. But is there anything more with the tattoo? Because I do want to go over something else in a second that has related to Josh Marshall.
No, I don't think I
Okay.
have anything else, but
That was good. That was great. I really appreciate your insights on that, the questions, the conversations that we have. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it respectful. I really appreciate that. So if you want to just hang out with me for a little bit while I go over this.
would you give me a second? I need to I
Yeah.
need to put my phone on ice. Oh, I feel what you went through. I feel what
I
you went
know.
through when you started out.
Now try reading comments. Try putting stuff up. Try
Oh, that was something else we went over. I don't know if we have some new people in chat, but well, even some of the people that have been around for a little longer. Um, Mark was started out with that iPhone, and I don't know how he did it. I mean, I just give him so much credit because it is not easy to be reading the chat on an iPhone and filming and doing and he juggled it, and it looked so I mean, it just he made it look like I thought it was going to be easy when I came on here, and and you see I can't even read comments from everyone. so before just using the phone, I don't know how he did it, but I do know that he also had to pack the ice on the phone to keep
I
it
would put it in
going.
the freezer and have my microphone right outside the freezer while I was talking to you guys. Isn't that funny? So go put it in the freezer, get some ice. I'm gonna go over something that just came out 2 hours
Okay.
ago on Reddit from Jimmy the Ween. Yeah, so go do that, and I'll
Okay.
be here and hang
I'm
out.
just
Yeah.
gonna block. I'm gonna mute
Okay.
my mic for a second, and
Okay.
then I'll turn it on when I come back. All
Okay.
right. See
So
you guys
thank
in a
you.
bit.
Yeah. See you in a bit. All right. Middle Star says, Mark is awesome. You are a native girl. Love this channel. Thank you so much, Stars, for being part of the Shark family. That's right. So, I do want to bring this up. Flojo reminded me of this right here. So, thank you again, Flojo. And look what we got here. Actually, let me see if I can bring this up. So, shout out to Jimmy the Ween, huh, Stars? Jimmy the Ween. Breaking news 2 hours ago. Jimmy the Ween, wherever you are, mad respects to you. Keeping this case alive like we are, like I am, like everybody in the chat. We want justice for Celeste Rivas. That's the type of people I want to hang out with when it comes to this case. Justice for Celeste Rivas. Yeah. See if we can bring him on here and get him a membership so he can come on our Discord. Or maybe he's on his own. Who knows? But shout out to Jimmy the Ween. Jimmy the Ween, wherever you are. Code 0 for you. So let me actually print the screen so make it a little bit bigger. There we go. That way you guys can see it better. Can't really see it too good. Oh, there we go. It's a lot better. Let's see. Yeah, it's a lot better, I think. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Jimmy the Ween, I'm gonna eat hot dogs. Yeah, that guy's he's all about it, like I am, and like everybody else in the chat. So yeah, this just came out 2 hours ago. Let me refresh it. 3 hours ago. Josh Marshall in the presence of Celeste Riva, laughing, shooting it up, shooting the shit, just being cool in the Fonda Theater, which this looks like the Fonda Theater. So let me read this again, guys. Breaking news. Breaking news. I didn't. Okay, this is from Reddit. Jimmy the Wing says, I didn't previously have permission to post this, but that context matters, and it needs to be discussed further about the Fonda Theater 2024. Yep, that's what I said. Fonda Theater 2024. Since my last poll, it's become increasingly clear that there's more to the situation than what has been shared so far. Of course, the CEO of the management and music company Mogul Vision and David's manager has claimed that they had no knowledge of any of this. However, it appears that Josh Marshall may have known more than he acknowledged in his TikTok comments. Josh was seated in the VIP balcony area on a couch right next to David's mother, with Celeste sitting close to her, laughing and having a great time, while a child was reported missing for a third time. On February 19, 2024, Josh was reportedly sent an email regarding the disappearance of a 13-year-old child along with missing persons flyer that included Celeste Rivas' pictures. The message clearly expressed that the parents were extremely worried and urgently asking for help in bringing her home. The very next day, Celeste returned to her home in Lake Elsinore. Hold on a second.
Oh, sorry.
Josh Marshall later addressed accusations that he ignored warnings about Celeste. He denied receiving any emails and stated that he had zero knowledge of anything. Josh seemed more focused on safeguarding his company's interests and his own priorities than on the safety and well-being of a missing child, while deliberately providing false information about what he knew. This is in Jamie the Ween words. So let me go through some pictures. 1 second, native girl. All right, let me bring this up. There we go. And then there he is, Josh Marshall. Josh Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
We go to the other ones. Look at this. The mom, the sister, Celeste, the brother, the Fonda Theater, June 27, 2024. Day 1, Celeste with David's family. Celeste in the black hoodie, pink leggings. Let me continue on to the next one. Here's Josh Marshall, and there is Celeste Rivas with her black hoodie. Let me see. Right there, you guys can see that. Let me go to the other one. There he is, laughing it up, right next to David's mom. Right next to David's mom. Let me continue. There he is. Let me continue. There's David's mom. Look at that. That's like a clear, better picture right there, too. So I did save these pictures. So let me bring that up because I did want to read that, and I want to give out credit where credit is due.
Let's see it.
Let's see these pictures. Let me exit out of this one. So I just want to make these pictures a little bit bigger. Let's see. Bring them up. Downloads. Desktop screenshots. Oopsies. Downloads. Where is it?
Don't delete stuff.
You know, right? Delete. Okay, here we go. What the heck? Hold on, let me see where I put it because I hate it when it does that. It was in the home one. But there he is. There he is. What is going on? Huh? Hold on. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why it doesn't save where I said it should save it. Here, hold on. Let me save it again. Give me a second. Oh man, this is wild stuff right here. Wild stuff. And I guess he didn't want to release him just yet, for protection purposes. Oh, that's why they're in freaking a different folder. Okay, here you go. I know where they're at now. Oh, here it is. All right, let me open these files. Boom, 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 boom. There it is. Josh Marshall. Isn't that wild? Look at that. Celeste is right there with the black hoodie, and Josh Marshall is right next to her. That's wild stuff, man. That is some wild stuff. And remember, he was like, I have no knowledge of nothing. I don't know anything.
Right. Right.
Oh, man. And I gave the guy the benefit of the doubt. I was like, no, he doesn't have anything to do with it. He doesn't know anything. And then look at this. This picture comes out, and Celeste Rivas is right there with the black hoodie, and he's laughing.
He
And
doesn't know her. He never noticed she was there.
Oh, my goodness. This is wild, man. Let me make this picture bigger. There we go. Actually, let's see. There we go. That looks good. Let me bring up the other picture. So yeah, this one's a good picture right here. So Josh Marshall, Mogul Vision, co-manager, along with Rob, the other co-manager, right there. Darcy, good to see you. Welcome. And you can clearly see that that's David's mom right there. I mean, that's her, 100%. There he is. There he is. Let me see. That's wild. So this was June 27, 2024 at the Fonda Theater in LA. So they had the relationship VIP. I mean, the mom's there. They're talking. Hey, how do you know my son? This and that. How old are you? Where do you go to school? I mean, just the normal stuff that mom and, friends talk about. I would assume. I would think so. Right?
Just something normal that a mother would ask her
Exactly.
son's little friend, his
Mhm.
little underage friend.
Or are they passing her off as what is it, as Khalid, the younger brother's friend?
Oh yeah, you did mention that before.
Because he's there too. Look,
Mhm.
the mom's there. I brought this picture up, all right? The mom is there, the sister's there, Celeste is there, and then the brother's right next to Celeste is in the middle of David's sister and the brother. She's in the middle. Okay.
Mhm.
This was June 27, 2024. She's there 100%. I do believe that now that that's her. And so I'm wondering, okay, was it under the guise of this is my little sister's friend, this is my brother's friend? It makes me wonder if that's how they met, were through either the brother or other form. You know what I mean? It's just, it raises more questions.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but she was like, I mean, when she got on the Discord, she was only 11
11
or
years
12
old.
years old. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if the brother, how old the brother was at the time, like, hey, come join the Discord, or, but he's even said, hey, is Celeste in here? Why is he singling her out? Right?
Mhm.
It's just, it raises more freaking questions. And the farther you back you go, like you were saying, she was
Mhm.
11 while she joined Discord. I mean, it's just the more and more you go back, the more and more it gets more disturbing. And it's just,
Right. And they didn't live next to each other. It's not like they went to the same school. It's not like they
mhm,
lived down the block from one another. How long is it? How you took the drive, right?
mhm.
How long is
From, I think it's like
between
a
the 2?
good hour or two with traffic.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think 2 hours because there was traffic. So it was like
Mhm.
2 and 10 minutes. It was a long drive. And you
Mhm.
got to think about this too. I brought this up in my earlier lives. Was what are you guys talking about when you're in the car with a kid? You're
Yeah.
you're older than her. She's not able to consent,
Mhm.
and you're not close to an age like 16, 17, 17, 18. No. Okay. We went over that as well too. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
Right.
no, you're not. There's a 5-year gap between you two. So what are
Mhm.
you doing? What are you like conversating about? What are you talking about in that 2-hour drive? And you're taking her home. You're taking her to the Hollywood Hills home or the second home. You're taking her there because we've seen her on the live.
And
We've
can you
seen her on the
imagine that
live.
reception from his friends?
Mhm,
How,
mhm,
he's bringing this little girl around. She's very
mhm,
immature.
mhm,
We've seen her immaturity on the video that she's yelling at the neighbor. And that, she's a teenage girl.
Mhm.
You know, they've all got attitudes.
Mhm.
And, you know, I'm not saying anything about um her characteristics or personality. She is a child. You know,
Absolutely,
she's
100%.
doing childish things. She's
The
probably the
mentality, yeah,
subject
the
matter.
mentality,
Yeah.
her mentality, yeah. Because my daughter, uh, she's 18 now,
Hmm.
and at the time when she was 14, 15, yeah, she was super tall, but her mind was like of a child. Of course,
Right.
I mean, because of course, duh, right? So
Yeah.
it's like when they talk, it's like, oh, you're just a kid, you're just a
Right.
child. Same with the South Sider. Hey, you're just a kid. When that team's
Hmm.
edited video, go home and you're just a kid. So it's
Right.
like we all see that. So unless you're a PDF, you're seeing something different. You're fantasizing. You're doing this or the
Right.
other, and that's what he was doing. He's romanticizing that thought. He's trying to normalize that thought with his
Hmm.
viewers, with his fans. So I mean, there's so many levels to this. It's unbelievable. The more and
Right.
more you peel back the layers about his music, the way he is, his symbolism, the sadistic type of the shirts that he has about like looking like dead people on there. Him about talking about gore when he was 14.
Hmm.
I mean, those cartel videos are for shock purposes, are for shock value. They
Yeah.
do that to propagate their enterprise, to shock, to say, don't mess with us.
Hmm.
It has a psychological effect on the enemy. It's psychological warfare. And so if he's seen that at 14, I have a nephew that's 14, he's a baby, and then
Right.
and then he's saying I love core. If my nephew said that, I mean, I'm bringing out the freaking
Unbelievable. Yeah.
I'm bringing out the freaking belt. Like,
Oh,
dude, what did you
you
just
gotta
say?
ask
What'd you
questions.
say?
You know,
What'd you say?
how are you exposed to this? So how do you know,
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah, what are you looking
where's
at?
the
What are you exposed to this?
supervision?
Yeah, what the heck
Yeah.
is going on? I'd be talking to my sister like, hey, what the
Hmm.
heck is going on? He's saying he loves gore?
And you know what? Instead, his parents um embraced the idea and said, make some music with, you know, to this, get famous to
Mm-hmm.
this. And I feel like they sold their values out
Mm,
for money. I
mm-hmm.
I wouldn't, I mean, so
Because he did get a $3 million advancement too, deal.
yeah.
So if he's paying off their homes, if he's buying this or the other, paying for the kids' colleges, I mean, 3 million is 3 million reasons to say, we'll look the other way. Maybe, allegedly, opinions, I don't know. And so, I mean, it's just, and now to see Josh Marshall in the middle of all this, the co-manager, and he's coming out with statements saying, I don't know what's going on. I have a 14-year-old daughter. This is all disturbing for me and my family. We're
Mhm.
all having a hard time. And then there he is shooting the shit with David's mom and the kids here, because there are kids. So you said, and you're in the VIP room, and the concert's like a few hours. So you're in between sessions. You're talking, you're saying hi, you're saying this and the other, but you're saying you didn't know anything? Okay. All right. But this is something different.
Mhm.
And that's the mom for sure. And let me bring up a picture of the mom real quick, because I mean that's just the mom. I mean 100%, like no ifs, ands, or buts. And then that's Khalib. And then that's Josh Marshall. Let me make this a little bit smaller. There it is, right there. Yeah. Okay, so that's her. Well, actually, let me. There we go. Yeah, if you guys could see that, I mean that's Colleen Burke, David's mom,
Yes.
and
You can see
that's
hair.
the hair gives it
Um,
away.
mhm.
I mean, that
You
is her. She's with Celeste Rivas, the little sister, Khalib. So, hey, Leonard, good to see you. How you been? How's your weekend? Hey, David, how you feeling, man? How's your how's your mental health, man? I'm sorry about all that video stuff we went over, man. I did give a trigger warning though, but how you feeling? David is guilty. I hope you're okay, man. And if you guys ever need to take a break from true crime, take a break, okay, guys? Take a break.
You know, everybody that was watching, I really do hope you all reached out to someone the next day. Just, could be, we were talking about things that make people feel better, doing something good for one another. And I had asked everyone, please just, reach out and let somebody special know how special they are to you. And it's rewarding for the person doing it, and it's rewarding for the recipient. So
absolutely.
We just want, this is all dark, this is all deep. Do something positive when you're, when you move on from this video.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just take a break if you guys need to. With it, I think for me, my mental, I have like a good mental, like compass when it comes to my faith, God, and stuff like that. I always do praise and stuff like that, and it just gives me a comfort blanket. It's like God is hugging me. Like, it's okay. You know what I mean? There's things that are just out of my control, and I'm not going to worry about it. And to me, I'm a big believer in destiny. I believe that our destinies are already written, and I think, to me, that gives me peace of mind. But let me read comments, because you guys are on fire. Della Dank has locked them up already.
Can you put them up on the screen?
Oh yeah, Della
see them.
Dank. Where are the arrests, Della Dank? Where are the arrests? I mean, this is what we're only seeing on the surface, and this is me just being a freaking online sleuth, a keyboard warrior. I'm just a keyboard warrior. Imagine what they have, LAPD, the tools that they have in their freaking arsenal. And this is just me going through Reddit. Imagine the stuff that that they have, that LAPD has. Imagine the tools they have. Imagine the subpoena powers they have. I don't have that kind of power. I don't have that close credentials where I could go to the hotel and be like, hey, can you guys pull up the dates from this and that, the videos, and can you guys look at this timestamp? Boom, 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 boom. I mean, let's go. Where are the arrests? Where are the arrests, man? Native Girl, you there?
I'm here.
Okay,
it
cool.
Kind of kicked me out there for a second, but I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, talk to the chat. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, okay?
Okay. Let's see. Where are we? Della Dank smokes. That's what I got from that one. What else? These are moving fast. Okay, I'm sorry. Tea with Tambo. I was looking at these pics. I don't have the context that this is in, because I'm only seeing a small amount. Leonardo Maxwell. Native Girl, good to hear you. Love your commentary. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sharon Turner. What do we have? Negative vibes. Josh Marshall. The chickens have come home to roast. He was the first out of the group. Yes, negative vibes. I agree. Della Dank. I think she's answering something to someone. At Yash, the still image that was going around of the clear image is AI generated. The video isn't, though. Just the image of the girl. What do we have here? My Little Stars. Native Girl, I said that you sound like Delilah, especially when telling us to reach out to a loved one. LOL. Thank you. Let's see. Sharon Turner, I said that the day he went running his mouth on TikTok. Della, My Little Stars, as I hit this J. Oh. I was like, who's Jay? No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. David is guilty. At Cindy Gussman for, let's see, that's wonderful. Praise Jesus. Yes. Leonardo Maxwell at Della. Which image was AI? I think, Della, are you talking about the one from, I know it's from the concert, but I'm not sure which one. So let us know. Tea with Tambo. Did y'all see the images of Celeste sitting with David's family? Yep, here we go, right here. Where are we? My Little Stars. Native Girl. Josh Marshall has a 14-year-old daughter who looks nearly identical to Celeste. Really? Now, I knew he mentioned having a daughter, and he mentioned that she was that age, but yeah, I didn't realize that they resembled each other. That's wow, you'd think he would really, really be able to relate that to this happening to Celeste on that level. Let me see who's next. Yashoda, that whole setup is what made me feel like they were trying to throw the timing off. And I couldn't read the last part, but yeah, I see that. T with Tambo, we knew Josh was lying, but now it's in pics. Exactly. I mean, we're looking at this right in front of us. You can't deny it, right? Della Dank, David had brought it up and it's gone. Leonardo Maxwell, My Little Stars, please send it to Mark. Interesting. Yeah. If you have anything, send it to Mark. And I think Stars has been doing that for a little while. So yeah, she sent some good stuff. David is guilty. I didn't know this was a Christian-oriented channel when I first came. Glad to see that. Yes, you're going to find a lot of faith here. A lot of the members will, there's some praying going on. Now I'm Della Dank. Okay. Cindy Lean. Cindy Lean. Am I going to say this all the way through chat? Okay, Josh has a daughter, but if he was not thinking of his daughter. Yeah, yes, Cindy Gusman.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm back. Della Dank is stoned.
yeah, and then I'm reading on, and I'm like, it's so am I. Not me. I'm not. Let me see. Do you want to start reading?
No, go for it. Can you do that? I was going to ask you if you can read comments because you're doing good, and that way I can bring up. I want to bring up his statement, Josh's statement before.
Okay.
And go for it. And I think hold on, let me say something because I think somebody says that this was a Christian-based channel. Well, not necessarily. It's more about positive energy. It's more about the creator or
there's a lot of people of faith in the channel.
Yeah.
Right?
And if you do believe or not believe, hey, that's to me. I'm like, you do you, I do me. Live and let live. That's my mentality. And it's like to me, it's about energies too. It's about this and the other, and whether you believe or not, hey, that's up to you. That's your prerogative. No ifs, ands, or buts, and no judgment here. But to me, it's helped me out being positive. I'm in a better mindset and just believing in something higher than myself. Go ahead. I need to find something.
Okay.
I'm gonna find yes, Jazz is Jazz. Absolutely. I want to find his statement. So if you can read the comments, yeah.
Sure. And like Mark said, you're all free to believe how you want and whatever level of spirituality that you choose. You're not going to get castigated here. You're all free to your opinions.
What is it? Pestigated?
Castigated.
What is that?
Just like shunned and looked down on for and called out for it.
Yeah, the opposite. We do the opposite here.
Yeah. And the only issue is if people are coming in and just looking for a fight, they're just looking for a challenge and just trying to provoke everybody. And you know, like Mark and I do sometimes. No.
Stop.
Who's provoking this? No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I mean, if you come in and you're disrespectful, then you know you're not going to get a great vibe out of that, and you're going to start pulling other people down. So we want a good vibe. We want everyone to lift each other up. Let me get on to these
Comments.
yes, comments. That's what I was thinking of. Deladec, Mark, I'm done. Okay. Leonardo Maxwell, fade purple wide eyes. I wish I could see that. I can't. I want to see that fade purple wide eyes, but it's not showing up. It's just giving me a worded description. Deladank is laughing. Tea with Tambo gummies kicked my rear for some reason. Little Miss Stars. TMZ was in tight with his attorney, but I think since David is uncooperative, that tightness has loosened a little. Yeah, maybe. Deladank, My Little Stars, yes, big time. But then how do we know that it's from the actual date it says on the video? And Cindy Gussman, I'm coming over. Where are you going? Where are you going, Cindy? Okay, Deladate. Native Mark is your new name, Mark. My name? Native Native Mark. No.
All right, so check this out. Let me read the statement real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, let me bring it up. Let me share my screen. Screen share. Because this yeah, I was the first one on YouTube to break this with many of the cases because I'm on live for 12 hours. So I break a lot of the news. So I did break this news, and this was from LA Magazine, which is owned by none other than Mark Garagos. Josh Marshall breaks silence on TikTok amid Celeste Riva Hernandez investigation. This came out September 28, 2025. Listen to this. David's manager, Josh Marshall of Mogul Vision, using the handle @JMogul on TikTok, appeared to clap back at comments accusing him of involvement in the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I had zero knowledge of anything. Right out the gate.
No knowledge. No knowledge.
None.
Has
Let me
no
continue
idea.
reading. And this is from Lauren Collin, LA Magazine. Josh Marshall, the manager of the music star David and founder of Mogul Vision, has taken to TikTok, under the handle JMogul. This also appears to be his verified Instagram handle as well, to address swirling speculation surrounding the tragic death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Her badly decomposed body was discovered in the trunk of a Tesla registered to David on September 8th, 2025. What would have been a day after her 15th birthday, igniting a high-profile investigation that has drawn intense public and media scrutiny. Marshall, who rented the Hollywood Hills home where David was staying at, has used the platform to deny. Oh, look, where David. Okay, never mind. Has used the platform to deny involvement and call for factual reporting, marking his first public statements on the matter. Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who was reported missing from Lake Elsinore multiple times in 2024 at the age of 13, was found deceased earlier this month, thrusting David and his manager into the spotlight. Marshall, a music industry executive known for managing artists such as David, Kenny Hoopla, and Little Mosey, has faced questions about his knowledge of the teenager's whereabouts in connection with his client. This scrutiny intensifies after a private investigator reported that a 2024 email has surfaced suggesting that concerned adults in Riva's life alerted Marshall to her absence and speculated she was with the singer. It was noted that Marshall did not respond to the email, and perhaps he never received it. However, Rivas returned home the following day. This had led to speculation that Marshall may have informed David and Rivas that authorities could be searching for her. Marshall is now setting the record straight, saying he received no email and has zero knowledge of anything, straight from the horse's mouth. Okay. In a series of comments and posts, Marshall has sought to clarify his position and denied receiving any email. On a video by TikTok user GirlTownNJ, he responded sharply to accusations when a user commented, quote, "I swear to God, I've been saying this to my boyfriend, exclamation mark. I think Josh did it, end of quote, and quote, Girltown, end of quote, or quote, end of quote, Girltown replied, quote, I think he's heavily involved, end quote. Marshall retorted, quote, how dare you say something like this with no facts, end quote. He elaborated further in a detailed statement, quote, this video is false and the person is misinformed. This is the only time I'll speak on this matter for now. This has been a tough time for my family as I am a father of 3 children. I have received no emails. I'm no one, and I am no one's roommate. I live full-time at home with my wife and kids. My daughter is 14. This news is affecting so many lives. I never received any email. I have zero knowledge of anything, and I don't live in California. Also, I work remotely 95% of the time, and my job doesn't require me to have much interaction with any of my clients. David, as there are many others that have worked with him, that work with him on a day-to-day capacity, not me. This news is tragic for so many and for her family. I hope the proper authorities get to the bottom of it soon. Let me remind people, a lot of this is speculation and alleged. In the meantime, I'm with my family, helping them emotionally get through the news of this tragedy. Please report on factual information. Josh Marshall, end quote. Addressing rumors about his vehicles, as it was previously reported that Marshall may have driven a red Tesla that was parked in the garage. Marshall posted, quote, I have no cars registered in my name in California, nor have any of my cars been in the state. Please use facts with supporting evidence when making comments, end quote. Another handle noted, quote, TMZ is talking about this case on the mainstream level. We are small content creators, and it is funny. Mr. Marshall would come to us instead of mainstream, end quote. Marshall replied, quote, LOL, I've never lived in that home. I live in an entire different state with my family. Let me take a sip of my drink. I do not have access to any cameras nor anything on that property. Stop creating false narratives and assumptions, says Marshall, end quote. Marshall's comments come as the investigation continues, with some questioning his limited interaction with David despite managing him. In a follow-up post, he addresses misinformation broadly, quote, this is for anyone that has spread misinformation about me that greatly affects myself and my family without any regard for the facts. Also, I hope the creator of the video pins my comment and corrects what she said with a new video, and anyone else making false comments or following a narrative about me that isn't true, end quote. TMZ recently revealed surveillance footage from March 2024 from a liquor store that shows celebrities both walking and running without any of her belongings and sporting a black hoodie sweatshirt. The liquor store owner called TMZ that Rivas got into a car, however, could not recall the make or model, and unfortunately was not captured on camera. LAPD issued a search warrant on the Hollywood Hills home that David, real name David Anthony Burke, was staying at on September 18, 2025. Following the search, David's belongings were seen being packed in boxes and removed from properties by movers, and it was reported by the homeowner that Marshall broke to the $20,000 a month lease with the property. David halted the September 19th release of this new album, Withered Deluxe, and had canceled his upcoming tour scheduled, however, has not made a public statement. His label, Interscope, also has yet to speak out. And as of September 19, 2025, the medical examiner's office classified Rivas' death as pending further medical evaluation. Many outlets have stated that her manner of death has not been classified as a homicide. However, Emmy's website has not been updated. As we know, it's been sealed through recent court orders. And that was it. Los Angeles Magazine. Josh Marshall breaks silence on TikTok amid Celeste Rivas' investigation. Boom.
So how do you feel about him saying he never saw the email?
Well, now I think he did.
Now, see, every time something a little more, a little more evidence is out there, it may, people change their opinions.
Like, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
We were joking about, somebody being in chat, one of the key players in all of this, and I said, well, look, this Josh, he made a public announcement on this obscure TikTok video. So I mean, you never know. You never know who's gonna pop in or who's
I
watching.
know, right?
You just don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that anyone's here, but it's just it. I don't think that TikToker expected to have a statement like that show up on her feed.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been like, what? Can you imagine?
Imagine. I mean,
Mhm.
we see him here. This just came out 3 hours ago. Breaking news.
Mhm.
And thank you, Flojo, for reminding me of this. Because I mean, this was at the bottom of the list because I was gonna go through some other stuff. So,
Oh my gosh.
well, I mean, there's just so much stuff that I
Yeah,
have to go through, and
yeah. A lot of people sending things. And
mhm.
so, if Mark doesn't get to something right away, don't take it personal. He has a lot of emails and
Which I love and I welcome. Don't
yeah,
get that discouraged because I do go through every single one of them. And just because
right.
I don't reply, it doesn't mean I don't read them. I do read them. It's just I have to go through
Mhm.
so much stuff and unpack it. Then, I mean, I have real world stuff too. Like my truck. I have to go eat. I have to go do
Real life
laundry.
stuff.
Yeah, I have to go adulting, which I hate. I have to adult. So, I mean, thank you guys so much for all that. I mean, it's welcome. Don't get discouraged.
Oh, I also can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I also want to say this is really important, everyone. If you're just watching, we appreciate you being here. Mark is really close to getting 1,000 subscribers, and it's not it's not. I mean, he just started not long ago, so that number is a big number to be aiming for. Um, when you first start out, but he's so close right now. What did I say? 164 more subscribers and you're to 1,000. Is that what I said?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. If you're viewing, please just go in and hit that subscribe and hit all of the notifications. The next time that a video comes out, you'll be notified. And then also join us in chat, you know?
Delatan's like, how many way I'll make new accounts and follow? That's so funny.
Just make 150. We'll cover the rest. Down.
That's funny, guys. Yeah, keep up the good conversation, guys. Keep the conversations going. September, my little star says September 18th is Neo's birthday. Look at that, man. All these freaking coincidences. Jeez, man. It's like the stars are aligning for us. Like, how much more can the universe tell us where to go?
Mhm.
Wow. So we see Celeste over here. We see we just read that article that Josh Marshall had nothing to do with it, guys. He's saying that. Josh Marshall says he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know nothing. He doesn't see anything. He works remotely 95% of the time in Texas or wherever he may be. Guys,
Knows
leave
nothing.
Josh Marshall alone.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything that's going on with his clients.
Nothing. He doesn't know nothing, but he's the manager.
Right.
Come on,
And I
man.
think everyone has the same view that these managers know everything. That's
Oh,
their
yeah.
job.
That's their
That's their
freaking job. That's
job.
their job.
They're the ones that have to put out uh damage control when things, show up. And I think it needs to be pointed out that Celeste ended up at home right after that email was sent to them. How was that by magic? I mean, you draw your own conclusions.
So there's Josh Marshall right here, his wife, and then the kid. She's covering her face, so that's good. I don't have to block it out. But Star sent me this. This was actually, I think Whitney has sent me this too, because this is on his Instagram page, and she resembles a
That's his
bit.
daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
She's
wow.
14. She's 14.
She's 14. She has the long wavy hair.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. See, you think that would really hit home to him.
Right, like, hey, what the fuck is going on, man? I have a daughter the same age.
Yeah.
But he's doing the opposite. He's saying, no, I don't know anything. So it's like he's protecting himself, he's protecting his image, he's protecting the company. But then here he is shooting the shit with David's mom and the kids. So what do you want us to believe? So here's what I'm getting at, okay, is this.
Mm-hmm.
Someone needs to fucking step it up. Someone needs to freaking step it up. Sorry about that. I'm trying not to curse. I get fired up with this case, just like many of you guys do. I get fire in my heart, in my soul. Someone needs to step it up. Talk to your lawyer. Ask for immunity. We don't care about all this other stuff. No, we care about justice for Celeste Rivas. Whether it was an accident or not, someone needs to step it up and ask for immunity, this or the other. We don't care about the drugs, the this or the other. Ask for immunity. Somebody step it up. And I guarantee you, once somebody does, the rest will follow. Lead by example. Lead by example, guys. This is a child, a 14-year-old child that never made it to her 15th birthday. She spent her 15th birthday in the front trunk of a Tesla in the Hollywood Hills of a singer named David. That was his car. It was registered to him. She spent her 15th birthday there. Come on, does that not ring a bell with anything? You have kids, I have kids. Somebody effing step it up. There it is.
I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
Cut out.
So that was my rant.
Yeah, I think they're all
Yeah.
selling out their values. Step up and show people that you are human and have a heart.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I remember somebody in chat was like, how about just being a human?
Mm-hmm.
And just trying to be like, yeah, you know, something happened, this and that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't care about the partying. We don't care about the drug or this or the other. We care about justice for Celeste Rivas, about her being in the front trunk. If it was true about the dismemberment, it just takes it takes it to another level, guys. Dismembering a body, trigger warning, is not something light. It's not like the movies. It's not like the video games. It's not like Hollywood. Okay, it is it is beyond the pale. It is beyond comprehension. It is not human. Okay, it is not easy to dismember a body. If that was the case, we don't know yet. But if that was the case, it takes it to just another level. That's why there's a misdemeanor, and that's why there's felonies. Okay, a misdemeanor, you get a slap on the wrist because you panic, you move their body. But even then, it's like up for debate, 100%. Don't get me wrong. Okay, so if that was the case, it takes it to another level. It's not easy. We saw a documentary the other day about a butcher and how the internet, and it reminded me, it made parallels with this case too, with Celeste Rivas, about how the internet came together to try to unmask the Vietnamese butcher. And in that, it's not easy. It's not for the faint of heart. And we were watching it with blurred images, and we were sick to our stomach. So imagine somebody being there with a decomposing smell or a dead body, her eyes closed, open, whatnot, and trying to cut it up. If we're getting sick to our stomach as people who don't think like that, imagine what it takes for somebody to do that. Think about that, okay? I'm not going to show the documentary again because I have to bring it home some way different. I'm going to bring it home with my words. And hopefully you guys can pick up the severity of what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to bring here to the table, because this is not something light. This is a child. Okay? And that's why I did want to bring that up, but it was just too much. But I do want to let everybody know the severity of this. This isn't something light. This isn't anything that needs to be swept under the rug. Okay? No matter what it is, black, brown, purple, pink, it does not matter. She's a child. A child is universal. Right. Okay? Step it up. Somebody step it up. in that circle. And I'm telling you, once somebody does and they break that off, more people will follow. Talk to your lawyers, get yourself some immunity. Immunity is on the table. Find answers, clear your conscience. I know you guys are having trouble sleeping, but those who are psychopaths, like whoever did this, maybe they're fine because they're eating burritos and hamburgers. That's their only worry is, should I have a hamburger or should I have a burrito? Okay? But all those other ones around that do have a conscience and are having trouble sleeping, step it up, man. Step it up.
It's so sad to think she was around all of these people and
Mm-hmm.
no one in that group was looking out for her.
Mm-hmm.
And the one person that she probably thought was just didn't even question where she went. You know,
Mm-hmm.
he's going on tour. You don't see him asking around about her. Where'd Celeste go? Where's the
Mm-hmm.
love of my life? You know, his best friend. I don't know what he called her, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, she just based on the pictures, it's always just, you know, um he's got this 14-year-old with him, and I don't know, it's disturbing. It
It's
really
disturbing. Yeah, it is very disturbing. And I think like I'm gonna try to bring up the yeah, Leo, we got everybody in here that, I mean, that are looking for answers, that are bringing awareness to the case. We're here for one reason, and that reason is for justice for baby Celeste Rivas. I mean, she's a baby, she's a child. I have a 14-year-old niece and nephews, and they're babies. Okay,
Mhm.
and if that and if it, I just I'm gonna say it like this: I can't imagine being in a situation like that. That if that would have happened to me, I don't know how I would react. I don't know how I would grieve. I don't know what I would do. I can't imagine what the family's going through. I can't imagine what her friends are going through. She was a cousin. She was a best friend. She had friends from school. She was a daughter. Um, so it's just, we're under the umbrella of justice for Celeste Rivas, number one. And that's the thing. It's just, I feel good about the investigation where it's at right now with the investigative grand jury. There's speculation that it could be a grand jury based upon how it's going, based upon that they're coming back after the holidays. It doesn't seem like it's an investigative grand jury. And if it is, that, then we could possibly see some form of indictment soon, maybe after the holidays. Who
Mhm.
knows? But we're starting to see painting the picture of the key players around um, David's inner circle, around his
Mhm.
orbit. Mm-hmm.
And I want to comment on what you had just said is you can't imagine, you know, how you would feel. And what I have to say to everyone watching is, I mean, even if you just try to imagine
Mm-hmm.
what you would feel, take that and multiply it times 1,000, because that's what
Exactly.
the family's going through right now.
Exactly. And that's the thing too. It's I'll be honest, a lot of it, you won't hear people saying this is that I used to be like that. I used to be like, I would never do that. If that was this me, I would never do that.
Mhm.
I was like that. Very arrogant about the situation until I started reading the stories about missing and murdered children, and missing and murdered um, relatives, that you just don't know what you would do, how you would react, or preventing it,
Right. Don't
until,
want to
and the
victim blame because of that.
victim blame,
You
exactly.
don't know.
And so I try to be very careful because, yeah, I do want to have questions about what was going on in the house, in the home, without victim blaming,
Right.
and I want to be able to have a fair shake when it comes to questions, because if we are or should be able to be allowed to question anything, right, in the sense of
Mhm.
it being elegant. So I want to, we always say, like, I want to be elegant in saying this or the other, and I think as long as you take a moment to say it like that, instead of like oh, the parents this and that, then you already lost me. But if you say like, maybe the parents this, I'm not sure, I'm not a parent, I don't know, what do you guys think?
Or I
Then we
don't
could
have a
have a
problematic child, so I
yes. So I
don't
don't know what the
position.
situation
Yeah.
is. Then we can have a conversation. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see the difference there? How I'm like, I don't know what it would be, this or the other. I can't imagine. There's ways of saying it. And again, I used to be like that. I would never, never, never do that. If that was me. But now reading stories about missing children and like that guy from America's Most Wanted, I forgot his name, but he has a really good book about his missing child, and that's how he got into
Oh, his child was Adam, right?
Adam, right? Adam. And I mean, his book is so heartbreaking. And they were really good parents.
Didn't he get accused at one point? They were.
Yeah, the parents always get accused, absolutely, because they have to start from the middle. Detectives always have to start from the middle out. It's just normal procedure. A lot of parents do get mad, and that's why they don't cooperate, because the more they do, and I'm all for getting a lawyer. Don't get me wrong, get a freaking lawyer. We always say that, get a lawyer, because we've seen in other cases too, where you're gonna get blamed for it because you just are talking and you don't know the legal jargon, the legal parameters of what they're working with, and anything you say can or will be used against you. We've seen that with the bomber, right? The federal government went out to the a
Oh,
suspected
yeah.
bomber and ruined his life, and it wasn't him; it was somebody else.
He was a security guard. He was there protecting everyone. And he got
Exactly.
accused.
And he got accused. He got dragged through the mud. The media just lit him on fire and skinned him to death. I mean, skinned him alive. And so I've seen stuff like that, and I've seen some crazy things like that. So I always try to give the benefit of the doubt, and I've been giving David the benefit of the doubt, and I will continue to give him the benefit of the doubt, because people are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But when that happens, and then the investigation comes to a conclusion later, if we do, and he is found guilty or he's not found guilty, then we have to go through that. We have to go through that investigative procedure, court of law, innocent until proven guilty. So what I'm getting at is that you never know how you're going to react in these situations. They always say that in every situation. They say you never know what would happen until it happens to you. Okay, so keep that in mind. There's a lieutenant that is part of, she's a mom. She's part of this missing children's. She's a lieutenant in the Office of Missing Children Division, and her own daughter is a runaway. So does that make her a piece of shit parent? No. It just shows you that it could happen to anybody.
At that age, everybody's parents are annoying.
Exactly.
I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. You know,
Exactly.
you got to do your homework. You can't go on Friday to this because you did that. And, you know, at that age, a lot of kids look at their parents as the enemy.
I mean, I one time I said to my daughter, I was like, "Hey, be nice," and she got like I was like ruining her world. I'm like,
dare you?
How dare you? Like, geez.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. You've got a 14-year-old girl, 13-year-old girl, and she leaves. And at first you don't know where she is. You find out where she is. You call the police. You get them to bring her back. And then she continues leaving. You've got to go to work. You have other children that you have to take care of. You have a mortgage you have to pay. You have to put groceries on the table. You need health insurance for your kids. You have to, your car payment, you know, all of these things. And if you lose that job, not just your younger children are going to suffer, your whole family is going to suffer.
And I've heard that a lot too. I've heard that a lot too with a lot of the missing cases. How come you're not out there 24/7? Like, dude, I have to go to work. How am I going to continue living or paying my rent if I have to go to work? They always say I have to go to work.
I would go. I would go even if I had
work. So I mean, I hope nobody in the chat ever experiences anything like that. And let me grab my Walmart order because I bought some
Okay.
perishables. So just
I'm
read chat
yeah.
or whatnot. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You know, you just don't know what they're going through. What do you do when you've got a 14-year-old that just takes off, and how many times can you send someone after them and then them leave again? What you, at 14, you're not allowed to be violent with them. At 14, you're not allowed to lock them in a room. At 14, you're not allowed to tie them to a chair. I mean, I'm just saying that because all of the things that you would almost have to put a physical barrier up the whole time they're there if you don't want them to leave, and they're determined to leave, and you just can't live like that. I mean, sometimes people are in extraordinary situations where they just they don't know what they're supposed to do. And from my understanding, the mother wasn't fluent in English, so we also have a language barrier there. I'm not going to just keep going on and on about all of the reasons why this could happen, but I just want to emphasize that we don't know what everyone is going through. So just try to look at things um, from the perspective of the victim's family. I think we want to be sensitive to the family of the victims. It's important. It's really important. Let me see. Let me go to chat. Let's see. Della Deck. Nope, Miss Della's. Let's see. That happened with my niece. Sometimes it's better to keep them close and be there for them than to lose them altogether, says Cindy Lean. Yeah, some parents are able to get their kids in activities. I know my kids were fortunate that they had lessons in this, musical lessons, they had sports, they had academics, they had after school activities. And some parents just aren't able. They're working all the time. Sometimes you have a one parent family, and you that is key to keeping kids out of trouble, getting them in activities. And you but it also requires you being there, and sometimes you just can't. What else do we have here? Yeah, you want to try to keep them close if you can. That's what you do. Try to build the best relationship you can with your kids. Miss Italy, I can't imagine being 11 to 12. Um, I blame David for convincing Celeste to leave home. He was behind that. Oh, yeah, I think so too. Um, Hopefully they'll be able to see that in some form of digital footprint. Sharon, also the ties they hold within the party scene from Stars. Della Dank, that lady was so sketchy. Like, WTF did we gain from that interview? Cindy, cartels do that, trafficking girls, drugs for big money, cut up bodies, whatever, if he called them, clean it up. Bernice, so strange. The cousin lives in Santa Barbara, and there are pics of another young man artist. Okay, I've got to go right back up to the top, or they're moving too fast for me. Della, so true. Didn't gain anything except the assumption Celeste had no friends, which, duh, that's a lie. They literally go to her memorial. Wow, I'm dumb. That's from Stars. Calissa Katz. Also, kids now are exposed to so much now with social media, and it's way too much adult stuff for their young minds. But as a parent, you need them to feel they can talk to you with no judgment. Yeah, my kids weren't even allowed to watch what's I just blacked out on the word, with Homer Simpson and The Simpsons. my gosh, I'm so crazy. Yeah, that my kids weren't, because it was too negative and they said too many insults to one another. I mean, My Little Ponies, I just thought that that was so aggressive, so that was that was another one. And my youngest, she doesn't even watch TV now. She just has no interest in it. She has interest in other things. So, yeah, I mean, you have to be, the stuff on TV is, um it's too much. And it is hard to watch and make sure, what exactly your kids are doing online. So because you can't be there every second, that's why the communication is so important, I think. Just communicate with them and give them strong values, and build their self-confidence. And if you that's the best thing you can do. Um the best thing you can do is do your best with them. Let's see. My Little Stars, I don't let my daughter watch Sam and Cat. It's so bad. Where are we? It's gone. But yeah, I agree. Some of these shows are just, they're made for kids, but they're way too adult like. Um, I love the community. My Little Stars, I love the community. You are also smart and insightful. Aw, you all are too. Delegate. Leo, that's why I'm pretty passionate about justice for Celeste. Sharon, exactly, at My Little Stars. This is
Hello, 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 hello. What happened? Were we getting too close to the truth? Uh-oh. We got too close to the truth, guys. I'm right here, guys. Yay, sounds. So what happened? Has she Native Girl been muted the whole time? There you go. You're muted, Native Girl.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Yeah, I just went back in chat and was just getting ready to tell them what was going on, and and you came back. Oh yeah. Okay.
Well, you're getting too close to the truth.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I don't even know where we are right now. I
don't know.
So wherever you want to take this, Mark.
What were you guys talking about? Yeah, thanks for holding it down. They freaking nothing came in my freaking Walmart order that I wanted. And they gave me like double detergent, which is weird. Cindy's back. She says, "Did you guys miss me?" Of course.
Hey, Cindy.
Of course.
We missed you.
Always. Did you guys miss me? Little Star says, "I don't know what we're talking about. My ADHD is so bad." All right, well that's good.
Yeah. Yep.
How long were you muted for?
I don't know. Ask someone else, because my concept of time in a in a crisis, it's it's not very accurate. So I have no. You have to. It wasn't a whole long time, I don't think.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask like if it was like the whole time I was gone. Okay.
No. And you know what? This group.
All right, Cindy. Hey,
gonna
he's
interact.
gonna get some dinner. What are you saying?
Yeah, they communicate with each other, even you know, in a situation like that. They keep it going.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Let's see. But yeah, so someone mentioned 764 to Heidi and watching the kids on the internet. Yeah, that's pretty wild how that 764. We did go over that. I do want to clip it to where I can take some of the stuff out, because I do feel like that's important.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of parallels to the, and Stars brought that up to me, and I thought it was all urban legend, urban myth. A lot of the stuff that I was hearing about, and I mean, the actual girl that it happened to, that I thought was urban legend, is true.
Stuff like this happens, and
so
yeah,
heavy stuff. So I do want to be able to clip it. I do want to be able to cut out some of the things that it's just too much, you know, and I'm gonna have to edit that out, or maybe we can watch it and then I could skip it or something like that. That might be easier, because I mean, if I could edit the whole thing too, it's just be pretty time consuming as well. Sheraton, ADHD is my superpower. That's funny. Cindy from sunny South Florida says, "I miss you all." Oh. Miss Italy says, "At 15, I grew up in the industry. I also grew up with gang culture. I saw more than anyone should. I couldn't imagine growing up in this day and age in that circle, right? Especially with social media, music, pictures, text messaging. Everything's on the internet. Everything's forever on the internet. That's why some of the kids and a lot of the kids in that 764 committed unaliving." And so that's a real heavy topic, and I think it's important too, because it shows you the level of depravity and the level of control that these internet people have on kids and people that have issues, and people that come from broken backgrounds. And it's good to kind of get that in our awareness, so that way, if you guys have kids, or if you guys have nieces and nephews and things like that, friends, that you guys talk to them about the dangers of the internet and these groups out there. And so I do want to clip that, and yeah, we'll take some parts out, huh? There's some parts that are pretty okay.
Yeah, some of them are really. It's hard to watch. It is
okay.
It's hard to watch. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let me bring that up. Master Death, he brought me some stuff. Hold on a second, because I'm roasting a bell pepper. Give me 1 second, okay? Give me 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Bernice. I have a daughter that passed. That's why I'm sensitive to all kids and elderly in my heart at the super
764.
airport where I work. And
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Bernice, but thank you for sharing that with us. You know, we're all here for you. Okay, go ahead, Mark. I just wanted to finish that off to Bernice.
What happened?
She had a daughter that passed away,
I'm sorry
and
to hear that.
yeah, so
Oh.
because of that, it makes her, more just I think probably that super
Mhm.
awareness of
Mhm.
protecting the vulnerable. I think a lot
Yeah.
of people that have someone that's passed, you know, too
Mhm.
soon, especially
Absolutely.
if it's in a violent situation or a crime, then you realize what people are going through. You have that sense.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Hmm.
Let me see. Uh, let's see. So yeah, Master Death did send me some stuff on my mail, and I'll go over some of it, not all of it. But I thought it'd be interesting to go over it. So let me bring this up. Let me.
What was it you're going over?
Master Death Hancock
Uh-huh.
sent me some pictures that they were looking at the
Oh,
Withered album, some hidden messages, and yeah, it'll it's so creepy. I
wow.
mean, yeah, it's like whoa, what the heck? And it's always with David. It's always something, it's always
Uh,
something with freaking David, man. But I don't have too much time, so I'll bring some of these pictures up, and then I got to get going. Let me save it. Some bad.
Sorry about your losses, Della Dank. She said, my condolences to everyone. I also have had some hard losses. May they rest in peace.
Mhm.
Yes, for all of you out there that are hurting, yeah, you have my condolences. We don't
Yeah,
wish that on anyone.
I know that you and I had talked about early in my YouTube career that I did have somebody unalive
Hmm.
themselves.
Yeah,
So yeah, I know the feeling of
right.
confusion, guilt, and whatnot.
All of
So,
those emotions that go along with it.
mhm. Uh,
I really appreciate that everyone in chat is reaching out to one another,
mhm.
and just encouraging you that they understand, and there's prayers, there's condolences, and it just shows you what kind of people are in the group.
Absolutely, and
Mhm.
that's the people I want to hang out with.
Yeah,
I want to hang out with people who want the best for me, not that want to bring me down or anything like
right.
that. You don't
Mhm.
want to be around those people.
Right.
You want to be around people that want the best for you. Simple as that. And if they don't want the best for you, get them out of your life.
There's only so long you can handle someone sucking the life out of you. I mean,
Absolutely.
we all have family that, that you've always got that one in the family that might be negative. And, sometimes you just have to take a step back from that. Not,
Yeah.
completely alienate them, but, you have to take a step back sometimes when people are, you have a loved one or close one that's just really draining you with negativity. I'm not saying cut them off, just take a step back. People that
I know. Just a step back is healthy too.
yeah, yeah.
So this is from the Withered album. Is Master Death still in here? Oh yeah.
Yep, right here I see him.
All right.
Him,
So
her.
them,
I
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't want to misidentify you. Sometimes it's just hard to tell by a name. Could be either.
Actually, let me go to the source too. Let me go to David's Instagram or TikTok. I think he does have it there. So let me bring that up too. Oh, right when I want to bring it up, it's not coming up. Look at that. That's interesting. That happens from time to time. Wonder if like LAPD or somebody's like accessing his Twitter account. Hold on, let me bring up a picture.
Could you imagine? There's so much circulating. Can you imagine if people just assume that things have been reported that no one
Right.
reports it at all? Can you imagine though?
That happens a lot.
Yeah. Everybody's assuming, oh yeah, somebody's had to, given that to the
They
police.
call it the bystander effect.
Yeah, and then they end up not having it. I'd rather send it 100 times than, risk them not seeing it at all.
Absolutely.
Master is a man. Hello, sir.
So they sent me this, and you could tell this is from the picture of it, and the arm is cut off.
Mm-hmm.
So let me. Oops. Where did it go?
Where'd it go? Disappeared.
Let me bring it up again. There it is. I just want to go to his Instagram. His TikTok. I wanted to go to the source, but is he in here? What album is this from? Master. If I can bring up the album. Let me go to YouTube. Should be on there. Did he say where it's from?
I can't see the chat.
Okay, hold on. David album cover. It looks like TikTok is down because it was on his TikTok. Okay, here we go.
Find it?
It's like taking a minute to load. But pretty much the gist of it, I'll just go over it real quick. The gist of it is that there's like subliminal messaging and subliminal meanings behind like the pictures. And in one of his album covers, you'll see like a hand cut off, and it's speculated that it was I mean, it's just weird that it was from this. Oh, it's from the Withered one, Withered album. Okay, Withered album cover, Withered album cover. That's what I thought, and it's not coming up, which is weird. But it is on his TikTok. Isn't that weird? How that's not coming up. Withered album cover.
Who did they pulled it?
I mean, who knows, right?
I mean, just the image. Is it?
Yeah, the image isn't. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. And so, let me save it. That's so weird. And so, what he was pointing out was like these inconsistencies in the images. And I was like, whoa, what the heck? And so, if you see on here, well, let me blow it up. Well, let me get my pepper real quick. Let me blow this image up. You'll see that the girl's hand is cut halfway. And then one of her other arms is missing too, which was kind of weird. I was like, what? Like just subliminal stuff. Hold on, let me grab my pepper real quick.
So This seems like it's more. It's larger than. It seems like you showed this, but you couldn't really tell before.
Right, because it's like subliminal. It's hidden. It's supposed to be subtle.
Uh-huh.
And so like one of the girl's hand is like missing, and then the other one is partially like cut, so to speak. Right. So
Mhm.
let me enlarge it because I got it now. So I was like, whoa, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
So let me enlarge it. Especially on I'll just focus on the girl
Mhm.
and the one in here. So I'll focus on that. Because there's more stuff on there, but just I'm limited on time right now. Because I do have to get going. Screenshots, here we go. Yeah, do you see that now? Okay, that's a lot better. So this is a zoomed in picture of the one on the right. And you could tell that it's like kind of cut. So it makes me believe, when I saw that, I was like, the arm is cut. So he cut that. And then it partially cut, meaning like, were you not able to cut the whole thing off, the whole arm? Again,
Mhm.
trigger warning. So that was kind of weird. I was like, whoa, like I never noticed that until they brought it up. I was like, oh, that's.
Right. You can
And again, everything and anything with David, there's always these subliminal messages with the dude. And this was one of them.
and symbolism.
And
So what's the
symbolism,
symbolism of that?
numerology,
Yeah.
numerology, all that. So this is a zoomed in part, and yeah, it is. There's a cut on it. It's not fully intact. And then the other one, it looks like there's a missing arm. And
Mhm.
I was like, "What the heck, man?" It's strange because it's on the kid, on the girl, and I mean, she appears to have like ponytails or pigtails or something like that. David is guilty. Looks like her shirt has a 10 on it. It's the age of Celeste when Dave met her. Leonardo, is that the older Celeste? Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. It's like it's just you never know with this guy with David what is going on.
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting that part of her hand isn't there, and then part of her other arm is cut almost off, completely off. So it's like, dude, like, come on now.
Mhm.
And there's some other subliminal stuff in there, and
Just bizarre.
bizarre, man, bizarre. And that was the other thing too that I pulled up too is one of his videos. In the start of it, he has this image right here, one of the video where he's coughing up water, and we've heard the water log too. So I'd be interested to know if
Huh.
Celeste Rivas died or if her death had something to do with water, or if her death had something to do with the moisture inside the car. So that'd be
Mhm.
interesting to find out whether if it was drowning, or they tried to get rid of evidence, or it was just based off the moisture being in the trunk. So a lot of questions, but it's just interesting that this was like on there, that partially broken arm or cut arm, however you want to see it, and then the other
Yeah.
one is like, um, it's just weird, man. Uh, so
Yeah, close up. I mean, it's obvious it's not they
yeah,
it's gone.
and who knows what other subliminal messages he has in all his other videos.
Yeah, it's like an I Spy picture.
But it's
You
with
know?
everything he does,
Yeah,
everything.
it's like he it's like an I Spy. What can you see on this picture that, might not be obvious? And it's like he wants
Mhm.
you going in and finding things. I mean, I don't know. There's so much that you it's got to be intentional that he's looking for people.
Mhm. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Correction.
What?
It's Here With Me, the song that this is
Mhm.
from, where he's coughing up water. Correction. This is from Here With Me, the music video, not Romantic Homicide.
Here with me.
Mhm. So, yeah, food for thought, man. I mean, it's just weird stuff. So, I want to end it on that. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Special guest, Native Girl, thank you so much for joining me
Thank
today.
you. Thank
Let
you
me
very
shout out everybody who donated today. So I do have to get one. Flojo, thank you so much for your gifted membership. If you got gifted a membership from Flojo, make sure you thank them. D Fuentes, thank you so much for your 2 gifted memberships. If you got gifted a membership from D Fuentes, make sure you thank them. And Deanna Moore 7775 with her $2 super sticker. Thank you so much. And Bernice with her $2 super sticker. Thank you so much. And then I donated 3 gifted memberships. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. We got a lot to unpack. We're in this 4 hours. We won't stop. I won't stop until we see justice. You guys have been a great crowd. Thank you guys so much for spending the time with me and Native Girl. And thank you, Native Girl, for your input and your opinions and your thoughts on this case. If you guys have any thoughts or concerns or opinions about this case, bring them up to me. Send them to my email. If you guys ever want to come up and just hang out and share your opinions and thoughts on this case, come on up, shoot me an email, and we can set you up. I'll set you up, guys. Thank you guys so much. Native Girl, any final last words?
There are no goodbyes in my language, my Native American language. So I will just, tell you all, see you later and hope to see you again soon.
Till next time, guys. Thank you guys so much. Have a good day. I love you guys. Take care. Take it easy and be safe out there. Bye-bye, everybody. Let me put on some exit music, kind of lighten up the mood.
I'm going to head over to chat. So tell them bye. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Native Girl. Bye-bye.